Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the August 16th Board of Supervisors meeting in Tuolumne County, and I'm going to call the meeting to order. And would we please follow Supervisor Gray in our Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. This is the point in the agenda where we entertain public comment on any item not on the agenda. Any member of the public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. However, no action may be taken by the board at this time. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Matt Reed. I'm from Congressman Tom McClintock's office. I'm just here to announce to any constituents in the audience or who may be listening that from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. I'll be hosting office hours in Supervisor Rodefer's office here on the 4th floor of the County Administration Building. Should anyone have any federal concerns or needs help navigating a federal agency or there's a federal policy that you'd like to opine on, I'd be happy to meet with you. Again, that's from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good morning. My name is Melody Martin, and I work for Central Sierra Child Support Agency. August is Child Support Awareness Month, and I would like to provide the board with some information. We are constantly developing new strategies and tactics to increase awareness to the services we provide, which include, but are not limited to, locating participants, established paternity, establishing court orders for child support and health insurance. We enforce existing court orders for child support, spousal support, and health insurance coverage. We also enforce any arrears that are owed. We also collaborate with other states and other countries for the benefit of our families. In addition to these services, we also strive to provide superb customer service. For the past year, our agency has participated in a customer service survey, and we consistently rated 4 to 4.5 out of 5 stars by the people that we serve. Central Sierra Child Support Agency consists of 4 counties: Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. Currently, agency-wide, there are 5,411 open cases. The total amount of children in these cases is 4,775. Total collections for the whole agency as of July 2016 is $9,177,074. Of this total, $4,435,818 has been collected and distributed in Tuolumne County. These are funds that provide for children and families at Tuolumne County and help reimburse public assistance expended. Every year we have targeted goals for specific performance measures. Currently, we have exceeded some of these goals and are on track to meet others by the end of the year, by the end of the fiscal year, which means we should once again complete the federal fiscal year as one of the top 5 performing counties in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to deviate a little bit from the agenda right now, and I would ask all of us to observe a moment of silence for Battalion Chief Mike Spear, who passed away last week in his sleep. Battalion Chief Spear was a key part of our county fire program, and especially in training our volunteers. So please, let's have a moment of silence for Battalion Chief Spear and his family. Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. We are going to, for those of you that read the agenda, we're going to pull item 3 off of the consent calendar. It will come back at a later meeting. And would the clerk of the board read items 1, 2, and 4 through the end of the consent calendar, 10, I think it is.
Minutes of the meeting held August 2nd, 2016. Approving the updated class specifications for the animal control manager. Adopting a resolution accepting the funding for emergency management program grant and Homeland Security's grant program in the amount of $136,272 and $130,429, respectively. Approving correspondence supporting the Tuolumne Utilities District grant application to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy for the Lions South Fork Watershed and Forest Resiliency Program. Approving comments in support of the Mariposa County Fire Safe Council Category 2 grant proposal for the Wagner Ridge Fuel Break expansion. Approving correspondence in support of Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency Early Head Start expansion and Early Head Start Child Care Partnership grants. Approving the reappointment of John Leamy and Christine Daly to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. Approving the appointment of Russell Union to the Shaw's Flat Springfield Cemetery District. And as the Air Pollution Control District, setting a public hearing to review and receive comments on the Air Pollution Control District's fiscal year, Air Pollution Control District's fiscal year 2016-17 budget for September 20th, 2016 at 1:30 p.m.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? If not, bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion.
Move on the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Unanimous. Okay, please read item number 11.
Consideration of approving an agreement between the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health and Kingsview Behavioral Health Systems for telepsychiatry services.
Good morning. My name is Rita Austin. I'm the Director of Behavioral Health Department. And just by way of background is that as the beneficiaries of our services currently are aware, our full-time psychiatrist for behavioral health who provides the medication services will be retiring at the end of August. He is our primary full-time psychiatrist. County is required to provide the psychiatric care pursuant to our mental health plan agreement with the state of California Department of Health Care Services. Currently, the Behavioral Health Department is the primary provider for psychiatric services, medication services for 598 persons. Their needs cannot be met currently through alternatives such as primary care physicians, and there are not other providers in the county to provide such. We've been exploring possibilities in anticipation of the psychiatrist's retirement, been looking over the past year at a number of different models in an effort to promote the best quality, most effective, and supportive services that we can find for psychiatric services. To ensure that all options were explored, we recruited for the full-time psychiatric position. There were no applications. It was ultimately determined that the most reliable and effective means to assure the ongoing care and continuity would be through the use of telepsychiatry. These services are provided by a psychiatrist remotely. They are not in county. They are via the internet and over a teleconferencing type of system where the psychiatrist sits on one end, is visible, and is able to see the client that they're serving on the other side. The industry, including telepsychiatry, is well established and continues to grow at this point. Rural counties are continuously faced with the challenging issues of recruiting and retaining any psychiatric providers. This is a national shortage, of which Tuolumne County is also designated as a shortage area, which means that despite even national shortages, we are even shorter on those numbers. This allows coverage for specialties beyond what we currently have. Our current psychiatrist is an adult psychiatrist. We do not have a certified child psychiatrist. This will allow for us to have a range of specialty services, including child psychiatry plus adult psychiatry, and deliver those services by offering that access to a multitude of providers, giving them the opportunity if the psychiatrist that we're working with is not working well, to have an alternative provider within the company. In late June, upon notification of the psychiatrist's ultimate retirement date, we sent out a request for proposals, which was published through the Human Services Agency, for looking for qualified organizations to provide an array of services that we would need in order to be a successful telepsychiatry operation. There were 7 proposals that were submitted from a variety of different organizations, and all proposals were thoroughly reviewed by a panel of the staff, including the Behavioral Health Director, the HSA Assistant Director, and the Behavioral Health Compliance Manager. They were rated, including the scope of services, their past and current performance, their references, their staffing plan, their organization, their budget, and cost for services. Ultimately, the county entered into contract negotiations with the most successful applicant, which is Kingsview. Kingsview is a nonprofit corporation. They have provided telepsychiatry services in California since 1997. They are in a number of other rural counties, most of them small counties, although they are also in some of the larger counties as supplemental services. Kingsview has successfully partnered with Tuolumne County to provide various behavioral health services over the years, and is well suited to address the issues faced by our county for the clients that suffer from a severe and persistent mental illness. Should your board approve the attached 3-year agreement, the staff will be recommending this afternoon the elimination of the full-time position at adopted in order to accommodate for the cost of these services, along with additional supports that we have already budgeted. The services do include all of the malpractice insurance. They fully cover themselves, and we are able to adjust the amount of service according to the needs of the community. Therefore, we would be able to expand or shrink according to our actual utilization of service. So, at this point, the funding, the core funding for psychiatric services over the period of time is predominantly supported through Medi-Cal, with a small percentage through Mental Health Services Act, so that we're able to provide some consulting services to our community. At this point, it's respectfully recommended that your board approve the 3-year agreement for telepsychiatry services between the County of Tuolumne and Kingsview Behavioral Health Systems, commencing on August 16th, and not to exceed $375,000 for the fiscal year 16-17, and authorizing the chair to sign.
Thank you, Rita. Any questions of staff? Any public comment on this?
I did have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see. Supervisor Gray.
Too much of that jet flying straight ahead.
Yeah, you got a wingman to check your sigs.
Okay, just in looking over the contract, it's a 3-year contract. What happens after 1 year we decided it's not good? Is there a clause in this contract?
There is a clause for termination.
Okay. I didn't see it in the specific information we had here, so I probably missed it. The other question is it available 24 hours a day?
Yes, they do have a 24-hour-a-day on-call, which is actually in excess of what we currently have in terms of psychiatric contact. I have to tell you that I am extremely excited that this really does provide a more robust service for our community.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Now public comment. Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brennan.
So I just have a couple of quick comments and then prepared to move on this item. And the first is that the Behavioral Health Committee really discussed this in length. And their concern was the continuum of care and how important that was for our county. And I want to commend staff on really being proactive, and we will really continue that continuum of care, which is so important to our community. And the second piece is actually, I think that this, as Ms. Austin pointed out, this is going to be very robust, but it does something else. It provides some specialties that we don't really have at this point in time with geriatric psychiatry or child psychiatry. That really is becoming increasingly important because they really are very specialized. And we're going to have that ability with this contract. And so I think it's important to not just recognize what the dollar and cents are, why we are very conscious of our budget. We also want to look at the quality of care that we can provide. And I think industry-wide, there is a recognition with the shortage of available psychiatrists out there, that this really does provide a quality alternative. And so, again, I want to thank staff for these efforts on behalf of all of those that are really need this service.
Okay, and you said you were...
So with that, I will move approval of the 3-year agreement for telepsychiatry services between the County of Tuolumne Kingsview Behavioral Health Systems commencing on August 16, 2016, not to exceed $375,000 for fiscal year 16-17, and authorize the chair to sign.
Okay, a motion.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Brennan, a second by Supervisor Gray. Any other comments by the board? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous. Thank you very much, Rita. Go forth and do good work. Item number 12.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving a contract with California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to provide emergency housing for case referrals from juvenile or criminal courts.
Good morning. Interim Chief Probation Officer Don Meyer, members of the board. This particular contract is a fail-safe fallback position in case we ever get individuals that we cannot control. I've had experience with that in some other places that I've worked. It's better to plan ahead in case something like happens where, for instance, every time you let a kid out of the room, he attacks staff or other kids, or they're involved in one incident in Sacramento. It was a hostage incident. We had to house 6 kids at what was then the California Youth Authority. So it costs no money. It's a position that I think it's important to Tuolumne. I doubt that it will be used. I haven't seen the kind of kids that are in that particular kind of population. But in case there ever is, it's the last thing you want is to have no place to put them and then have to bring in 3 or 4 staff to sit there with them. So, any questions?
Questions of staff? Public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move on staff recommendations.
You guys are awful quiet today. Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Gray and second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 13.
Consideration of approving options related to the Tuolumne County Jail Access Road and Transit Center project, including awarding a contract to F&H Construction or rejecting all bids and directing staff to rebid all or part of the project.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. As your board is aware, recently Tuolumne County and the Tuolumne County Transportation Agency went out to bid for the transit road project at the Law and Justice Center site. On Thursday, July 14th, the county received 2 responsible bids. One was from Bobo Construction at $3.5 million, and the other one was from F&H Construction at $3.4 million. Due to a shortfall in funds for the TCTA's portion of the projects and the way the bids were readed, staff at your August 2nd board meeting had recommended that your board reject all bids and then as quickly as possible go out to bid with a revised scope of work that just included the county's portion of work, because we need to get that done in order for another project that's coming online this next spring. At that time of August 2nd, your board directed staff to go back and provide you with different options as far as how to proceed. So there's 3 options for your board to consider today. One is to award the construction contract to F&H Construction to build the entire project. So that would mean both the transit facility and the road improvements. Option number 2 would be then to reject all bids and proceed with just the county's portion of the project. And option 3 would be to reject all bids and rebid the whole entire project. Since August 2nd, the TCTA board met last week and was able to come up with the necessary funds. So with that, staff is recommending to your board that we go with option 1 and award a construction contract for F&H Construction in the amount of $3,439,000. If your board proceeds with option number 1, a notice to proceed will be issued on August 19th, and construction would commence at the end of August on the 29th. It's anticipated that it will take roughly 6 months to complete this project.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
Yeah, Ms. Frank, just to be clear, that the combined project is within the engineer's estimate.
It was just slightly over, Supervisor Gray. So the total engineer's estimate was 3.3. And F&H Construction's costs were 3.4.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, public comment? Okay, bring it back.
I'll be happy to make a motion based on the recommendation to approve the contract. And just a quick statement, I just want to commend staff on piecing this together, figuring out a way to get it done. I think this really is going to save us money and expedite our project. It's a good project, there's good need, and I appreciate the effort put forth to make it happen.
Any other comments? Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Hanbelt. And before I call for the question, I just want to make a comment. I also want to thank TCTC for coughing up the money so we can get this thing done. And with that, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay, it passes unanimously. Item 13A, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution that reaffirms the county's commitment to and refunding for the construction of the new Tuolumne County Jail facility and rescinding resolution number 7416.
Okay. You're still here.
I'm still here, and I will be all day, playing in the boardroom near you. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator again. Per a conversation that staff had late last week with CDCR and BSCC staff, they're now requesting minor changes in a resolution for the new county jail construction project. What I've attached in your board memo is a resolution showing the red ink changes that they want. They are minor in nature, but if we want to, in order for us to proceed, the state wants what they want. So we're here before you for staff and recommending that that we submit the revised resolution to the state so we can proceed with the jail project. In regards to the State Public Works Board, they consider this, again, minor changes. They're willing to move forward with our package for September.
Okay. Are we sure that we've gotten to the regular crew chief on this?
I'm as sure as I can in working with the state.
Mo had witnesses, and
Okay.
Debbie and myself were on the same call.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Actual, real questions of staff? Okay, public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board for comments or motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
I've got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimously. Item 14.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the 2016 Tuolumne County Health Unit Memorandum of Understanding.
Good morning, Ann Fremd, HR Risk Manager. Before you is the Tuolumne County Healthcare Memorandum of Understanding. The county met and conferred with the healthcare unit, and they are in agreement with the following items. Salary adjustments for any classifications that were more than 20% out of market were brought down to 19%, and a 2% cost of living increase effective June 26th will be in effect for all 2 positions in the bargaining unit. The Family Medical Leave Act language was removed from here and created in a separate policy and will be brought back to your board in a separate item. And the term of January 1st till December 31st with successor MOU negotiations occurring beginning on September 9th. It's recommended that your board approve the attached 2016 Tuolumne County Healthcare Unit Memorandum of Understanding.
Okay, questions? Public comment? Board comment or a motion?
First of all, thank you, Ms. Fremd. And I want to say thank you to the employees for working with us and cooperating with us to make this thing happen so we can move forward.
Yes.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve the attached 2016 Tuolumne County Health Care Unit Memorandum of Understanding.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, unanimous. You also are still here.
I am.
Okay, item
Moving
14 or 15, please.
Is consideration of adopting a resolution approving the 2016 Tuolumne County Physician Unit Memorandum of Understanding.
Good morning. The Tuolumne County Physicians Unit members have met and conferred and are in agreement with the following changes to the compensation plan. All unit members will receive a 2% cost of living adjustment effective June 26th. The Family Medical Leave Act language has been removed from this MOU also and will be brought as a separate item to your board. And successor unit negotiations will commence on September 7th to begin a new round of negotiations. It's recommended your board approve the 2016 Tuolumne County Physicians Unit Compensation Plan.
Okay, and just a point of clarification, is this the last of the bargaining units?
It is.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work, and echo the thanks of the board, I'm sure all of us, to the employees for working with us on this. And with that, any other comments from the board or questions from the board? Okay, public comment. Back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, same comments apply. Thank you to the employees, and thank you, Ms. Fremd, for your hard work on this, and I'll move approval.
I'll take that as a second of Supervisor Brennan's motion. Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It's unanimous. Somehow I want to do a standing ovation, but
Me too.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 16.
This is the first reading of an ordinance amending Section 2.52.010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to increase the salaries of the Board of Supervisors members.
Good morning. On December 15th, your board accepted the compensation study from Coffin Associates, and this document was used as the basis for negotiations. At the August 2nd board meeting, staff presented a recommendation for actions on an ordinance that would have provided salary adjustments for the Board of Supervisors based on the same principles that we applied to all other county employees, which included bringing positions that were 20% out of market down to 19%, and apply a 2% cost of living adjustment. At that meeting, there were many concerns voiced by your board and a reluctance to approve any adjustment for itself. And after discussing options of how to best move forward, it was suggested that staff should return at the next meeting with an ordinance just containing the 2% cost of living adjustment, and also for the county administrator to speak to the grand jury to request their assistance in evaluating the best way for adjusting board salaries in the future. So the salaries of the Board of Supervisors is established in Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 2.52.010, the California Constitution, Article 11, and the California Government Code Sections 25.123.5 and 25.131 govern salary adjustments for board members. The California Constitution requires an ordinance to adopt salaries for the board members, and the California Government Code requires 2 readings of that ordinance, with the adoption of the ordinance at the second meeting. So the ordinance will become effective 60 days after its adoption. So assuming the ordinance is adopted at the next board meeting, the effective date of the ordinance would be November the 5th, 2016. The current annual salary of the board, which became effective December 20th, 2014, is $39,814.44. Should your board approve adopt the ordinance effective November 5th, the salary will increase by $676.09 for a total annual salary of $40,490.53. It's recommended waiving the first reading and setting a second reading for the September 6, 2016 to adopt an ordinance amending Section 2.52.010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, increasing the salary of the Board of Supervisors effective November 6, 2016.
That's a mouthful.
That's a mouthful.
Okay. Any questions of staff? I take it you do.
You want a comment or a question?
Questions right now.
Well, first of all, the question, the math doesn't work, but that isn't real important. If you say the salary is $39,814, 2% is not $676.09. Why is that?
I would have to use my calculator.
It's
I'm sorry.
796.29. Anyway, I would like to make a comment. First of all, this is a piecemeal solution, or non-solution, and I would prefer we come to a resolution on how to do this one time and for all time. And I'm not going to support it because of that. I hate voting.
Yep.
Supervisors voting on their own salaries. They're grossly inadequate. We all know that. They're inappropriate, and it's a political hassle every time to come to this thing. And so I'm not in favor of voting for a non-solution, so I won't support it.
Okay. Anybody else? Supervisor Brennan?
No, I agree with Supervisor Hanfold, and we just need to find a pathway that really makes sense where we're not voting on our own salary increases. I do want to somewhat apologize because we did ask you to bring this back at the end of the last meeting in this form, and so I do apologize for that, but I will not be voting for it either.
Okay.
Just a question for Mr. Pedro. Again, we're caught up again in process, not being willing to give ourselves a raise, although collectively, maybe not majority, we all know that we're not paid in accordance with what other counties are paid. So where are we with if the grand jury doesn't accept the task, what's our next step? Because there's where we left it.
Well, I'll do my best to motivate, encourage them to take it on. But if not, I'll probably come back to the board, and then the options would be, staff could look at other alternatives and bring forth options for you to consider. Or, as mentioned, other mechanisms can be used. You could come up with a citizens committee to look at it and look at those same alternatives and route to the board. But those are things I would come back and give you some alternatives. How would you like me to take which next step would you like me to take? Bring back options directly to you, or maybe get some other kind of citizen group to look at those options and come back with a recommendation. The grand jury makes sense. Hopefully they'll take it on.
Well, obviously, if you bring it directly back to us, we're not going to be able to make a decision. because we haven't been able to in 10 years. So there has to be another option than bringing it back to us directly.
I think ultimately it's always going to come back to us, but I think what most of us are looking for is for it to come to us once. We make a decision on a mechanism by which it's done in the future that doesn't involve us. So that's the point. And I just want to be clear. I don't think any of us sitting up here, from our own perspective or for our own future or anything, really care that much what we're compensated. But most of us know what it takes to do this job, and I think most of us know that people out in the public are watching what it takes to do this job, and what the compensation for this job does affect people's decisions on whether they want to run for this position or not run for this position. And having an unrealistically low or non-competitive wage scale for the position does limit the pool of people that either can or would want to run for this position, which limits your, and I'm speaking to the public, it limits your choices when you go to the ballot box to vote for people that are going to make the decisions that affect your lives. And I think that's certainly where I'm coming from, and I'm very confident knowing all of my colleagues that's where each and every one of them is coming from. So this is not about us, and it's really not about a salary adjustment now or at any other given point of time. It's about trying to get to something that ensures adequate compensation that will widen the eligibility pool for people to run for office. So that's my comment, and I'll stop there.
Just one suggestion.
Sure.
We do have 58 counties.
Yeah.
Obviously, all 58 counties struggle with this process. Researching what some of the other 58 counties are doing may be a starting point.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, well, I'm going to open up to public comment. Seeing none, do I have consensus that we just table this until the staff can come back with a better solution?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a motion, so we don't have much of a choice.
Okay. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 17?
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to drought conditions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ethan Billigmeyer, County Administrator's Office, Office of Emergency Services. Here again before you to discuss our continuation of the drought emergency. We've had no new dry well referrals since my last report out, which was last board meeting. However, I did speak with Mr. Mankey, the ADCAR contractor who does our tank installs, and they have now sounded 56 wells. They are seeing static water levels in those wells start to rise, so that is good news. Right now we have switched over 8 people to their wells rather than getting water delivery. We continue to have the tank out there with the availability of having continued water delivery should their wells deplete again and require to go back on the program. We have 2 new TUD hookups, so overall we have about 46 folks that we've hooked up to TUD, which is really good news, and that doesn't include what will be included in the pipeline extension once that project is completed. We're exploring the options of what to do next when either the CDAA tank program goes away or folks no longer need the water delivery. We're trying to find out what the cost would be to actually either leave the tank there and just let the homeowner take that over, or actually what it would cost to have the contractor come back out and remove all of that equipment, and then what to do with the 146 tanks that we have placed. Right now, it's looking at about between $1,800 and $2,500 to actually remove the tanks that are placed. That's a rough estimate based on the complexity of the install and then the trucking fees, because it will have to probably bring some sort of a flatbed truck in there to actually remove the tank. And then there's the question of then what to do with the tank afterwards. So that's kind of where things are at right now. Like I said, we haven't had any new referrals, so the referral program is kind of staying pretty static right now. And I will open it up to any questions that you guys may have. Yes.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, could you do an option where the people have a choice to either buy the tanks or then we can take them at a discounted rate?
We can explore that, yeah. And I'm not sure, because the tanks are, I guess they're technically state-owned tanks.
How big are they?
They are 2,500-gallon tanks. Yeah, so they're pretty large. I think it's like 8 by 8, I think. Or
are they on concrete pads or sand?
They're not. Some of them are. If the resident had a
Had it.
concrete pad that was usable, we would use that. Usually, what the contractor does is put down a base of pea gravel and just make it level, and then put the tank on top of that.
Do they have booster pumps as well?
There is a pump in there, yes, sir.
Okay. That's where the money's at. Tanks
Yeah,
are
it's
probably
the tank is not
less
that
than
expensive.
$1,000
It's the
yeah.
pump. Yeah.
Have we had any discussions with TUD on whether they could use those tanks as offline storage within their system?
No, but I can bring that up.
I would recommend you look at that. Okay. It's a small volume, but if you've got almost 100 well, let's just say 100 of them. Yeah, it is something.
Yes.
And we've talked about with TUD in the past and the Water Policy Committee of the desirability of doing some, from their perspective, of doing some on-system offline storage. So maybe.
Yeah. It's definitely worth exploring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions of staff?
Good job, Ethan.
Thanks.
Public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Anyone?
Move approval of the continuation of local state of emergency due to drought conditions and the imminent threat of disaster.
Okay. Got a motion?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 18, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality.
Ms. Pervasive tree mortality.
I liked that word pervasive. I had to put that in there. So Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. This item is before you again today because, as you know, we have to bring this before you no less than every 30 days to have it reviewed by the board for consideration of renewal. Since the last time that we came before you, we have several things have taken place. The Governor's Task Force, Supervisor Hanville and I attended that on Monday the 8th. And then we also had our county task force yesterday afternoon. That's always well attended. So during the governor's task force, there's two things that happens. We do have the coordinators meeting, which is a really great opportunity. CAL FIRE hosts all 10 counties to come in, and we get to commiserate together. We get to share what we're doing, answer questions, get questions answered from state agencies. Cal OES also does attend. But some of the things that we discussed during the governor's task force, I had personally asked that they bring in one of the attorneys from Cal OES to discuss the right of entry. You guys all know that this has been an ongoing issue with our homeowners. There are concerns related to the hold harmless language within the right of entry form. We have repeated this many, many times, and I'll just say it again. The right of entry language and the hold harmless language in the right of entry form is required by Cal OES and is written into the statutes and the CCR. It has to be there in order to access the funding. So what the council provided to all of the counties sitting there was that they had to use that language. If they don't use it, they can't access the funding. And the reason this is important is you also know that both Ethan and myself have spent a lot of time with other counties who have driven up here as far as El Dorado, Amador. There's a few other counties. Butte now has called me. Stanislaus County has called. A few cities. So I want to make sure they're all getting the same information. It's consistent. Many of them have never worked through this process. So, and then the other thing is CAL FIRE, you may or may not know, there was $11 million included in CAL FIRE's budget for tree mortality issues. Some of that is, there's $6 million that they'll be using for some more SRA grants and some other issues, some equipment. But I think it's $5 million that they're going to use for grants that can be used in many ways. They're $200,000 each. They can be accessed by county, city, special districts, and nonprofits. So already discussed this a little bit with the TMAP group, and we have many different ways we would like to approach applying for that funding as well. For example, we could use, as you know, we applied for a hazard mitigation grant back several months ago. That does have a 25% share of cost. That grant was written so that we could do vegetation management and fuels reduction, which is essential right now, on private property. But there will be some, as we look at them and applying that 25% cost share to private homeowners, there are some who simply won't be able to afford it. So what I talked with Chief Pimlott about was, could we apply for those grants to help offset the costs for those who can't? And we'll have to decide what is that baseline, and we'll find a separate agency, maybe ATCA, that could administer that minimum qualification threshold for financial certification. But that's one example. The other one we talked about was many people have gone in, and you all know this, borne the cost of having trees fell on their property, but they couldn't afford the trucking. So another component is applying for another grant that would help to provide the trucking costs so they can get all of those fuels off of their property and down maybe to the wood yard, and we can use it for ultra power. So those are just a few examples. The county task force yesterday, we were all able to share that. It was well attended. And there wasn't anything that out of the ordinary that came up. Everyone continues to work towards right of entry permits, such as Twain Harte. They just sent out 600 of them. TUD has changed their scope. They were working along ditches, and they have changed that to now they're focusing on their tanks. They want to make sure those tanks are protected as we go into winter. So they'll move back to those ditches later. The other thing is, last Friday we had a training for volunteers. As you may remember, RACES was providing their time and service for the community information lines. Those community information lines sometimes have as many as 30 to 47 messages on those. And we'd like to have live people answering those. 12 individuals showed up, and I believe 10 signed up. So we'll be getting them on a rotation, and then we will continue to put out and do some training to see if we can get others into that rotation. It's much easier if someone's only doing 2 to 3 hours a week or twice a week rather than trying to come in every day. That's just not feasible. So we're working with them on that. The other thing that we're doing, and this is essential, is biweekly phone calls with PG&E. As you know, from the beginning, our intent has been to leverage upon what PG&E or any other agency is doing and help them also leverage upon what we are doing. So we reduce duplication of resources, and we use our funding is going as far as we can possibly make it go. So every other week, we have a phone call with PG&E. We'll be discussing the Miwok Village. There were 208 trees that need to be removed. Most of those will take a crane. They had about 3,500 they're removing. So we're hoping we can work something out, whether it's they go ahead and bill us and we reimburse them, or maybe their contractor takes them and we would then have to put it out for bid. So next steps. Within your memo, we outlined that we've already sent out right of entry permits to the Miwok Village, Old Highway 120, Confidence Road, Merrill Road, Tuolumne Road North, and Ponderosa Hills. Letters have been sent out to all of those areas. Right now we're looking at doing a scope of work for Highway 120 as well as the Miwok Village area, and Mike and Ethan have been working on that. After we have our phone call with PG&E on Thursday, we'll know exactly what direction do we need to take. Future projects, and the reason we're looking at such a wide area, the right of entry takes so long to get them back. And what we're finding is if PG&E or even Caltrans or someone else, U.S. Forest Service, moves into an area in which we might be able to work together and leverage upon each other and what we're providing, we have to have those right of entry forms. We can't begin working. So what we decided was we're just going to start kind of blanketing areas, some of those most populated areas, some of the most traveled roads as much as we can, so that when that does take place, we can move forward in getting a scope of work out, and we can begin doing work rather than waiting till PG&E or U.S. Forest Service or Caltrans gets there and then sending out the right of entry. It simply doesn't, it takes too long to do that. So there's a list of the areas that we are getting ready to work, and I say we, it'll be Ethan. He will go work with Larry Bile and Madeline over in our GIS department, and they will do Sugar Pine, Sierra Village, Twain Harte Drive, Crystal Falls, Phoenix Lake, Cold Springs, Ferretti Road North, Smith Station Road, Middle Camp Road, and what I'm not seeing on here that we did discuss yesterday was Cedar Ridge. So, that's the other one that we will be adding on there. That is, again, a very large area, but it takes a significant amount of time to get these right of entry forms back. A lot of questions, and we want to make sure we spend time answering those questions. Therefore, we need to get them out so the community can start receiving these forms and we can get them ready. With that being said, we do continue to have the RFQ request for qualifications on our website for licensed timber operators and D49 tree service companies. We do have about 15, I believe, that have responded, and that continues to be open, but we are experiencing what we thought would happen towards this time of year is the resources are scarce. Mike Albrecht has been trying to, we have about 700 ton that we have an agreement with American Wood Fibers. Trying to find someone to truck that has been very difficult. Mike has called many, many companies. They're busy. So if we're having that problem, we also know that there are others having that issue, and even individual homeowners who they call and they can't get someone to come out. They're 3, 4, 6 months booked. So we're looking at ways that how can we make this work? We're being creative, and in the next item we'll talk about is another way that we can help pay for some of the work that we're doing as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions with all of that information I just threw at you.
Okay. Supervisor Gray.
Tracy, I've had a number of calls concerning Highway 120, and it's between Big Oak Flat and Groveland. It's Caltrans. Do we have any idea of their schedule as far as tree removal on that 120 corridor?
You know, I don't, but I've heard them talk about it. They haven't given us a schedule. I'll ask Ken if he can provide that to us. So it's the Highway 120?
Yes.
Okay. We'll ask Ken if he can get that to us, and I'll send it to you so you have it.
And the second question has to do with the little house. I understand that we did get a bid to remove the trees around the little house. Is that correct?
So Ed Hogue did go through, and he's done it twice now, had an arborist come in and assess all of our buildings. I do believe the little house was on there. Has that scope of work been done? Okay, so Ed is working, so they're reviewing the scope of work. So that is one of the projects. There's quite a few, as you probably know, in Groveland that we need to take care of.
Yes.
So I'll get an update to you.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Handbelt.
Tracy, I'm not sure I heard you mention the new grant that's coming out this next week.
Yeah, the 200,000?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's 200,000, but it's $11 million.
Well, it's $5 million for grants. The other one they're using for equipment and stuff, but they're not doing the whole $11 million.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize they were doing
Yeah.
that. That's what
They're using
we
it
don't
for
know what the
other-
rules are exactly yet, since we haven't seen it.
Right. That should be. It's August 28th is when it opens, and it closes September 28th. And the other thing I forgot to mention is that one of the things that we asked for, as well as a few of the other counties, is they were talking about it. They would close the grant application on September 28th, but they weren't planning to award or allow us to expend until April. And what we asked is that they move at least part of that up so that it would work with our hazard mitigation grants. Those are supposed to be approved in September. If we could at least get those counties with a high priority, if they apply to match with their hazard mitigation, that would help us begin to move forward with those private landowners.
Okay. And the other thing is, when I go to these meetings, including I went to a town hall meeting in Calaveras County last Saturday, it is, and this is thank you to the staff, because all of the counties are thanking Tuolumne County for the assistance and the advice and for breaking ground on this thing. And it's an important thing that our staff is recognized around the state for doing this, both in the 6 initial counties, the 4 additional counties, and other counties, because I know we've given data to information to Tehama and Yuba and others. So it's a big deal. And so I want to thank the two of you and Mike Albrecht for all the hard work.
I have a question. What's the status of state property? And I'm thinking specifically of Columbia College and the state parks.
So State Parks is working. Heather from the State Parks, I can't remember Heather's last name. She does participate in the tree mortality task force. And yesterday she had sent that they have a plan that they're putting together for that. So I'll get you an update on that as well.
Okay, and the college?
The college, I have not heard back from the college. I will reach out to them again about what their plans
Okay.
are for.
I recommend, as I know I talked to you yesterday, but I'm saying this for public consumption. We need to take a drive on Sawmill Flat Road out by the college. It's looking really mortal, or not mortal, dead, mort. Okay. Anyway, just more to add to the problem. I hesitate to say more fuel to add to the fire, but anyway. Okay, public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion. Supervisor Hanvelt, would you like to make a motion?
I'll be glad to make a motion.
Okay, got a motion?
Second.
Got a second. Motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, unanimous. Please read item number 19.
I can save you one.
Consideration of entering into an agreement with the U.S. Forest Services to abate hazard trees in the U.S. Forest Service and land adjustment adjacent to county roads.
You're still here.
I'm still here. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. So this is an exciting opportunity. Back on June 9th, we met with Forest Supervisor Jeannie Higgins and the Deputy Fire Officer Robert Lang, and our Undersheriff was there as well as Josh White, our Unit Chief. The original reason for the meeting was for us to talk about ingress and egress for the areas within the U.S. Forest Service. Supervisor Higgins and Chief Lang did have some concerns because of the amount of mortality, tree mortality that is up there. If something were to happen, it easily could block off those roads, and we would not be able to get people in and out, nor could we get emergency vehicles into where they need to go. So we began talking about what does that look like, and at that time, Supervisor Higgins and Chief Lang brought up the fact that they thought they would have available to them some federal funds that were being deobligated that were going to be then obligated towards tree mortality. Since that time, both Ethan, myself, and Mike Albrecht went over and we met, and I'm sorry, so did Duke York, so we could talk about the roads within the system of Forest Service and how would that grant work. It's come together, and then it did really quickly. Last week, it was we need a signed agreement this week. So that's what's before you. The grant is up to $2 million. That means we can ask for up to $2 million in reimbursement. There is a 20% match, and as I discussed with Supervisor Hanvelt, this isn't in addition to what we've already have in there. This is just another grant with a lower share of cost than CDAA for the same roads we would already be taking care of. So this is to treat roads, county roads that are adjacent to U.S. Forest Service land with dead and dying trees due to drought. We don't know the number of trees yet. We still have to go up there and spend some time. Both Mike and Duke will do that. We need to come up with scope of work. We need to decide how that's going to take place. This is for falling, and then we will not be hauling the wood out of there. They will be decking it along the roads. We're not able to take that wood. And they'll be working on what does that look like. If it comes up that there's a way for some areas we can get it out of there, we will. But we will also be working with CAL FIRE inmate crews so that they can come back in there and they'll chip the woody debris and put it back onto the landscape. So this is supposed to take place very, very quickly, and I do apologize that it came up so quickly like this. We do have a draft agreement, and the reason I have not sent it to you is that Council, Sarah has reviewed it. She had some minor changes in case you have any questions for her. The memo is asking that your board would authorize the county administrator or deputy county administrator to sign any grant-related documents once they've been approved by county council. And the reason for that is that we need to be able to move forward on this very quickly. And like we would do with the tree mortality within the CDAA, within the budget, it's still budgeted. We're not doing anything different. But we will come to you with updates on what is the process on those projects as we move forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gray.
Tracy, for the public's benefit, could you mention some of the roads that might benefit from this program?
Absolutely. So in the document that is available for public view, there's a list of roads. And I'm not going to pretend I know where all of these are, but I'm going to list some of them off. There are a total of almost 50 miles of roads that are contained within the scope of work. Everywhere from Confidence Road, Fish Hatchery Road, Leland Meadow Road, Pinecrest Loop Road, Sayre Park Road, Sprague Road East, Upper Leland Road, Strawberry Drive, Dodge Ridge, and more around Pinecrest. There's quite a few around Pinecrest that we would take care of. Again, that is just a high-level review. There's a whole list of them here, and it is available online if anyone would like to look at that or give us a call.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and most of the public, this problem is so pervasive. I think if you got your eyes open, you know that. But if you haven't seen it, south of us, we got a lot more coming. This is going to be ugly, really ugly before it gets any better. And we need to cooperate with our friends, the Forest Service, our cooperators, and anybody we can find to do this any way we can. So this is an opportunity, and I think we need to proceed as rapidly as we can with every resource we can find. It just isn't going to go away. And people have to be patient with all of this because there's more to do than the resources exist to get it done. I mean, we all know that, but I think we need to keep reminding people that it's a tough problem. And it isn't going away. It's only going to get worse. So I'm in favor of this, and when you're ready, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one other comment, if I may. Obviously, want to thank Supervisor Higgins for bringing this forward and making us aware of what's happening. So I see her in the audience. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. Supervisor Brennan?
Thank you for the explanation on the match. That was one of the questions that I had. And I just also wanted to thank Supervisor Higgins, not for just this project, but she and her staff have been working exhaustively, looking for every opportunity. I know a small group from YSS has been meeting, and again, we know how large this problem is, and thank you for all the effort of your staff, and we'll continue to work together as closely as we can.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment at this time. Okay. This is related to the agenda item, but I also would like to thank Supervisor Higgins. The relationship that this county has with the Forest Service will always be a difficult relationship to work through. That's just the nature of the beast. But the relationship that we have with Supervisor Higgins in charge over there is vastly improved from where it has been. And that's, I think, a tribute to the personal leadership that Supervisor Higgins is providing over there. And I thank you for that. Did I ask for public comment? I think I did. Okay. All those, bring it back to the board. Last comments? Okay. I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, and I think a second by Supervisor Brennan.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Thank you. Will you please read item number 20?
Consideration of authorizing the Natural Resources Committee Chair to send correspondence commenting on the Inyo, Sequoia, and Sierra draft forest plan revisions and draft environmental impact statement on behalf of the Board of Supervisors.
Good morning.
Good
Elizabeth
morning.
Peterson, Administrative Analyst. I am here once again on the Inyo, Sequoia, Sierra draft forest plans and environmental impact statement. As you know, the early adopters of the 2012 planning rule revision for forest plan revisions are Inyo, Sequoia, and Sierra National Forests. We in Tuolumne County don't have any of those forests, but we feel it's important to comment early in the process because we are aware that the plans may become templates for future plans such as the Stanislaus. So when we discussed this at our Natural Resources Committee on August 9th, we talked about the complexity of the document, as you are aware, and the difficulty in trying to analyze for the sake of all of the different perspective and comments that might be out there. So the Natural Resources Committee requested that your board approve the chair of the Natural Resources Committee, which is Supervisor Brennan, to work with Supervisor Hanvelt, who also sits on that committee, and myself, to develop comments, giving us some additional time. That's the difficulty, is that these comments are due August 25th. We did request an extension. We haven't heard anything from that yet. And so if we were to approve comments today, that would be, the 9 additional days would be very helpful to create some comments. So I am here today requesting that.
Supervisor Brennan.
So thank you, Ms. Peterson. I know you and Supervisor Hanfeld attended one of the, I'm going to call it a listening session again, because I really am disappointed at the continuation of just a really lack of responsiveness on behalf of those forests and moving forward with this plan to questions and concerns with this massive document. And Ms. Peterson really did hit on it. We just need all the time that we can get to do as extensive a review as possible, and get as much information as we can, not from our partner counties down in that area, but other specialists that are within the field, because this does have ramifications for Tuolumne County, in that the region has said, articulated fairly clearly, that they do plan on using this as the template as they move north throughout the region. And so I believe this is very important. We have to come up with some very concise comments. Again, if we want to have standing in the process, it has changed with the objection procedure, which we have been working with Ms. Drivdahl on. And so the process has changed. It is more complicated, and it is very important that we get this as correct as we can within the limited time that we have.
Any other? Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yes. Ms. Peterson and I did go to that early adopter meeting for the Sierra National Forest in Clovis. I think that was August 2nd. I have to say, I'm just basically disappointed in the process that they're working to. And I guess I can't say that strong enough. It appears to me that the Forest Service is working to a schedule as opposed to working to get the right solution. There are just so many gross omissions in things, and the truth is, it wasn't really even a listening session, because the presentations there were none of substance relative to the plan. You had to go around to various stations and ask questions, and they weren't always the right people there that you were asking the questions of. Even the forest supervisor left early. Liz and I were among the first to arrive, and we were the absolute last to leave, half an hour after all the other people left. But as long as people would listen to us or talk to us, we kept staying. What I think we've got here is we're seeing in our lifetime, in a matter of a few years here, we're seeing a fundamental ecosystem change on our forest. And it's happening at a pace that no one would have predicted before. I mean, these kinds of things in nature, if we hadn't tried to play God, wouldn't have happened like this. And I believe it's a direct result of the last round of forest plan revisions that took place. And some changes have taken place yesterday. We basically curtailed timber harvest. We didn't fund thinning programs. The result is we have overdense forest stands, overstressed trees, add drought, it makes it worse, and then you add bark beetle, and we've created this thing. And on top of that, we're seeing fire intensity, fire magnitude and frequency well beyond any rules. We saw that beginning with rim fire. It's perpetuated itself. And on the Sierra alone, they've had the rough fire, which was, I don't know how big it was, 120,000 acres order of magnitude, maybe a little bigger. They've had tree mortality ahead of us at a scale that we haven't seen yet, and we will see. And all of this is not addressed. All of it's not addressed. They started at a 2012 point, and before all this happened. And when you don't take into the changes in the ground rules and say, hey, maybe I'm off base, you're getting the wrong answer. And that's exactly what's happening out there. The forest job in this state is to provide the bulk of the water in this state. It's to provide the bulk of the clean air. I know I'm preaching to the choir and maybe the choir directors, but that hasn't been looked at in this thing. There are so many omissions in this thing, we can't even get started on it. So it is my view that we have to comment, and I think regardless of how extensive we can put our comments together, they will not be comprehensive and inclusive. The document is too massive, but we have to comment so that we have a stake in the game and that we can, in fact, use our comments to change the process so when it comes to the Stanislaw, we try and get it right.
Okay, public comment? Okay, before I open it up to the board again, I'll throw my 2 cents worth in. I have absolute confidence in our Natural Resources Committee, in the leadership, the board leadership on that committee to do this response, and I'm fine with that. Obviously, if we do get an extension between now and then, we would like the response to come out of the board if the time extension allows. And second is I do want a follow-up letter to be signed, to be approved by the board and sent that does 2 things if we don't get the extension. One is very strongly endorse the letter that the Natural Resources Committee Chairwoman signed, and 2, express very strongly our disappointment in the denial of the extension of the comment period.
And I would ask that actually that language be included in the letter so they know that the letter will be following within days.
Well, you're signing it, so there you go.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with your comments, I certainly would be in favor of it. But
Okay.
I think we do eventually need to see it.
Okay, is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I got a Supervisor Gray made the motion. Supervisor Brennan seconded it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous. Thank you. And I think we're up to item 21.
Consideration of approving amendment number 1 to the agreement for architectural services with HMC Architects for the Tuolumne County Juvenile Detention Facility.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's hard to believe, but it was back in March of 2012 when we first contracted with HMC Architects to design our juvenile detention facility. That was a contract with a not-to-exceed amount of $1,450,000, though it did have a provision for requesting additional services. And up until now, we've held through the not-to-exceed amount, but there have been 2 additional requests made under additional services that need your board's approval to proceed in compensating these folks for. The first was that in the original agreement, they only needed to attend 30 visits during the term of the agreement. Construction started in June of 2015, so there have been many more weeks that have passed than that, and the duration of the contract or the project was prolonged due to the rock that we discovered. And we also found early on that it was much or very beneficial to have the architect available at most every, but not all, weekly meetings with the general contractor and just the construction management team. So for those 20 additional site visits that we're requesting approval for, that's at a cost of $22,000. I'm very confident that we've seen more than that returns of just cost control and saving of time on the project. The second was we requested them to redesign a site retaining wall and security fence to avoid or at least minimize rock conflicts. That came at a cost of $5,050. And as I previously reported to the board, that was very successful in that we incurred no additional rock. I mean, a few boulders they had to kick out of the way, but that proved to be very beneficial. So those were 2 additional services. And unfortunately, that this happened, but fortunately we were able to address it in this contract amendment, is that there was actually a design of dual smoke detector systems as part of the building, and actually they conflicted, and we needed to have one of those systems removed, and the county had to pay a change order of approximately $14,400 to the general contractor, and HMC recognizes their error and have agreed to allow that to be used as a credit to offset these additional services that I just outlined. So it is recommended that your board approve amendment number 1 to the agreement for architectural services with HMC Architects for the Tuolumne County Juvenile Detention Facility at a cost of $12,649.41.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move on staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Gray. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those, you got a comment? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just quick point comment. This work's already done, right?
Yes.
So for future reference, can we try to bring this stuff before we do the work? Just because right now we're basically just a rubber stamp. I know we need to do this. I don't have a problem with it, just process-wise in the future. I know sometimes you guys are under the gun and you're trying to move the project along too, but food for thought.
Sir.
Okay. Any other comment by the board? Okay, I'll call the question then. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous. Item 22, please.
Consideration of approving a scope of work for the Tuolumne Pool resurfacing project and authorizing call for bids for September 13th, 2016, 2 p.m. in the board chambers.
Welcome back, Mo.
Thank you. Good to be back. Always good to be here. Okay, as your board is aware, in the early 1990s, Tuolumne County acquired the pool up in Tuolumne. The facility contains a 215,000-gallon pool, diving board, chemical and mechanical rooms, restrooms, and a staff area. The fiberglass that currently is in the pool right now was applied and put into place in the early 1990s. Right now, the fiberglass is delaminating from the bottom of the pool. There's spots that exist in which the fiberglass is actually separated from the bottom of the pool. And during summer season, I'm constantly signing off on accident reports where people have cut their toes or fingers on the pool. It's in desperate need of being replaced. The scope of work for this project includes basically the removal of the fiberglass, repairs to the pool structure and surface, replastering of the pool, repairing lines and markers, and other miscellaneous items to bring the pool up to current code. It is estimated to take about 45 days from the notice of award to complete this project, and the estimated cost is $138,000. Currently, what's in the capital budget for this project is $125,000. So staff would need to seek an increase in appropriations for this project in conjunction with your final budget hearing. And all permits have been received for this project, have been attained. And if your board is willing to go forward with this project, the schedule is thus. A mandatory bid walk will be held August 31st. Bids will be due back on September 13th. Board would then award the bid on your September 20th board meeting. Construction would then commence the following week on the September 26th. And construction is estimated to be completed November 17th. So staff is here recommending that your board approve the scope of work for the Tuolumne Pool resurfacing project and authorize a call for bids to go out with bids due back 2 o'clock in your Board of Supervisors chambers on September 13th.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure. First of all, I'm delighted to see this moving forward, and I want to say thank you for your work on it. Second thing, is it possible, I don't know if I'm just missing it, I see the LED pool lights as an adult. Finish, premium. So quartz finish, is that like a Pebble Tech product? Similar?
Similar, yes.
I know those have lifetime warranties. We do pools, and it costs more, but it lasts a lot longer for project like this, it might be worth doing. So is that?
We'll see how the bids come in, and
But is that what
if
that
so,
is?
right. If
Okay.
so, we want to take the advantage of upgrading to that product, so it's a longer warranty.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Public comment? Seeing none. Supervisor Royce?
Sure. I'd be happy to make a motion and also offer up to Mo. I've got a couple ideas for funding that little gap that's in there, or maybe
Okay.
some local community stuff we can do. So I'll try to
Okay.
plug in
thank
with you on that.
Love to hear about it.
Okay, so that's a move on
Yes.
staff recommendation, okay? Got it. Okay, I got a second by Supervisor Handbelt. Motions by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous. Item 23.
Consideration of approving the California Youth Soccer and Recreation Development Program grant.
You're still here.
I'm still here. Can't get rid of me. The Recreation Department was made aware of a grant opportunity through the California Youth Soccer and Recreation Development Program. This grant was specifically available through Prop 40 funds, and it's for the development of soccer, baseball, softball, or basketball facilities. It is a competitive grant, just like the other Prop 40 grants that we applied for several years ago. The maximum amount that any one entity can receive is $1 million. There is no required match funds. One of the areas that the Recreation Department for years has been considering and developing is a recreational parcel that is on the corner of Standard Road and Tuolumne Road across from Standard Park. It's part of Peaceful Oaks Estate vesting map when that was approved in 2010. It included 50 acres that was dedicated to recreation and open space. This property would, once the developer entered into the fourth phase of the housing development, this property was to be turned over to the county for such purposes. County staff has had preliminary discussions with Mark Lister, who's their community relations manager for SPI, in regards to the grant opportunity, and just went over with him what the Recreation Department was proposing and being able to go after this grant funds if the board approved. And SPI was very supportive of additional recreation opportunities in the county and was very amenable of signing a land tenure type of an agreement which is one of the grant requirements. If your board approves moving forward with this grant application, staff would take the following actions. Number one, we would hire an architectural firm to work with us in providing a master plan for this site. We would conduct public meetings to obtain input from the public as far as what they would like to see done on whether it's a portion or all of the site. And then we would go ahead and obtain additional information that we need for the application. We would write the application, and then that application would come before your board for final consideration before it was submitted to the state. So the deadline for the application is November 1st, 2016. Funds for again, just like the last item, funds to pay for the master planning services would be sought in connection with the final budget hearing.
Okay. Any questions of staff?
Mr. Chairman, I did want to bring to the board's attention, there is a foundation that's been formed that's also interested in that site for racket sports. That's Mr. Cope has been talking with them as well. We're going to be meeting with them as part of this process. I just want to get that on your radar screen. This is talking about soccer and those kinds of things, but they have other types of uses. Doesn't mean one or the other. It could be a mixture of both. I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor Royce.
First thing, this is exciting. This is a really cool prospect. I think not only is there a possibility of finding private money and community resources, but I think there's probably a number of professionals that would do work on this pro bono, similar to the way the Somerville High School project was done. I know there was a very large contribution from some professionals that did design work and I think even construction work. So once again, maybe that's something we can talk about and
Absolutely.
parlay with this effort.
Well, and also, I appreciate that because $1 million sounds like a lot of money, but again, as your board is well aware, once we have to do prevailing wage, and we want to maximize those dollars as much as possible. So if we can leverage other outside money and make those dollars go further and pay for other amenities at that park, that would be wonderful.
Okay. Public comment.
Supervisor Hanville, I believe, had a question there.
I'll go ahead and take public comment, and then we'll get to Supervisor Hanvelt.
Hello, Adam Wilson. I live here in the community for over 18 years. I think it's something great for our community. We'll add to the neighboring park. Sometimes there's parking there. It'll give us a chance to add some overflow parking also possibly to that site. And I think it's something that the community can get behind and also have lots of opportunity to have different recreation, tennis, soccer, all these other things at the site. And it's something that the community, I think, will support, and that there will be some private funds that would get behind this project, and I am for it. So.
Thank you. Other public comment? Go ahead. Come on up.
Hi, my name is James Evans. I'm also a member of the community. I spoke with Supervisor Royce last year on just kind of a grassroots effort for the same idea. Were familiar with this space, and so very excited that the county is wanting to take action and pursue this. I think if anybody's driven by Standard Park any time of the week, especially Saturday mornings, you see families parking dangerously along Standard Road, having to cross the street with 4, 5, 6-year-olds and up. And so having a statement from the community that we value youth athletics, we value physical activity. I think this will be a great investment for a lot of the young families like myself. I also coach Tuolumne County Youth Soccer, and we use a private church space for practice because there isn't very much space available. We can't even practice at Standard Park because it's only available for specific scheduled hours. So having more public play space for the community, for children through adults, I think is very much needed, and I think it will attract become a magnet for soccer tournaments. If any of you have been to Ripon, they made a substantial investment in rallying a beautiful recreation complex, and it's a magnet for all over the valley. And I know that Valley Soccer and other athletic endeavors would come up here to use that space because people love coming up the hill. So anyway, I just wanted to voice my full support for this. Thank you for considering it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, bring it back, Supervisor. I'm sorry.
Duke York. I'm not here to speak as the Deputy Director. I'm here to speak as the father of 5. All of my 5 kids went through the soccer program. They were referees. We spent many Saturdays there, and I can tell you that this proposal is going to be a real boon to the county. I know that in the past we would travel. We were on part of a traveling team as well, and we would travel everywhere, but we never had a tournament in Tuolumne County, and I think this is really going to be beneficial. I'm really looking forward to getting involved in it.
So all the youth soccer is how you got the gray hair?
There are other things that added to that.
Okay. Thanks, Duke. Okay, any other public comment? Seeing none. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, thank you. This is a great opportunity, and we would be remiss if we didn't recognize the contribution of SPI and led by Mark Luster in this, and thank them for that effort. And by the way, soccer does not produce gray hair. I coached As a licensed coach and licensed official, I worked with the youth soccer program for 14 seasons and traveling teams, and I know what this means. There's never enough space for soccer, and we certainly don't have enough in this area. But the opportunity that those fields are also flexible for other use, and that whole area could be basically Standard Park be expanded to be a major youth sports activity center would be just wonderful. We don't have to leave adults out of that, but I'm kind of partially youth activities, and so I'm fully in favor. This is a great idea. Thank you for the hard work everybody's put into this so far.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, I want to add a little bit to that. You know, we often talk about what can we do to attract young people with families to bring their businesses here to help grow Tuolumne County, and it's projects like this that will really help it. When they can see a county's investing in youth, young people with families will come here, and I'm really positive that something like this would really help with that effort.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do I have a motion? Well, you guys are really
I'll move
excited
in favor
about it,
of
no
the
motion.
recommendation.
I will second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt and a second by Supervisor Gray, and obviously anything that provides active kind of activities for our youth is a wonderful thing, so I'm certainly going to support it. So all those in favor, yep,
Just
Supervisor
real quick,
Royce, yeah.
I think you heard a lot of enthusiasm from our board, so I'd just like to highlight it one more time. Anything we can do to help move this along, I think it'd be a fantastic thing. So additional effort as we go forward would be really good.
Absolutely. I'll be knocking on you guys' doors.
All right.
Supervisor Brennan.
I agree completely, in full support of this. I do have a quick question for County Council that I should have asked earlier, and I do apologize. I have there is a family member that leases this field, and I should probably recuse myself from this vote, although I do want to acknowledge my full support for it.
Well,
And
since I don't know enough of the facts, it's hard to advise you. It's
I understand.
Always, better to be cautious right now. But if it's just a family member with absolutely no financial connection to you, then
Thank you. I
there's
can
not
vote.
likely a conflict.
Thank you.
Okay, so now all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, unanimous. Can you read item 24, please?
Consideration of approving correspondence aimed at retaining state funding for the new Tuolumne County Courthouse.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
you're leading the charge on this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was actually last Monday when it was the chairman asked, we were getting the reports about potential problems with the funding for a new courthouse. So at the chairman's request, got a meeting together with presiding judge Donald Segerstrom, Chairman Rodefer, and Supervisor Hanvelt and myself. During that meeting, we were discussing the challenges that the court was facing on this funding, as not just our court, but other courts throughout the state. I did provide background in the memo just on where are we with our current court as it's just reaching its final stage of design. $65 million total cost, 61,000 square foot with 5 courtrooms. And the hope was that if it could keep moving forward, they could be out to bid and potential construction by end of spring, early summer of next year. Back to the problem, the staff report goes on and it does provide information, fact sheet in particular, provided by the Judicial Council about the problems that they've had with declining revenues, monies that have been moved around through actions of the legislature. It doesn't talk a lot about, but there have also been cost increases in a number of projects. It also gives a status report of all the various courthouse projects throughout the state. On researching this, I came to understand that a meeting that was held last week by the Judicial Council's Court Facilities Advisory Committee was really in response to a line item in the state budget didn't make that connection, wasn't aware of it, but there was actually a line item in the state budget encouraging the Judicial Council to come back to the legislature with a report as to the status of the funding of all of these different projects and with some kind of a plan in order to protect against the primary construction fund going into insolvency. So moving forward to the meeting that was held last week with the courts, the Judicial Council's Court Facilities Advisory Committee. Judge Segerstrom did attend that meeting when part of this report was brought forward by this subcommittee. Court Segerstrom did a great, Judge Segerstrom did a great job in presenting the project, the need for the project, what was unique about our project. When we had met with him a couple of days prior, I know the chair had asked him at least 4 times if he'd like to have us attend and have a delegation from the county to support him. The judge didn't feel that he needed it at that time, but he did comment, in hindsight, he would like to have had us there. But he held his own and did a great job in presenting on our behalf. What I was asked to do to provide some level of support before the meeting was to send a letter of my own, which I did, which is attached to your staff report. And your interim chief probation officer, Don Meyer, also sent a letter. So at the end of their meeting, an action was taken by that committee. The action basically said that for projects that were in the process of construction right now, that they be allowed to proceed through end of construction. For projects like our own that are nearing the end of design and moving for state approvals and then bidding and construction, we'd be allowed to go through the completion of design, approvals of the design, and state approval of the project, but we had to hold short of going to bid and moving on to construction. For those projects that were in the midst of design, they would be able to finish the phase of design that they're currently in, but then hold. And then for those that were in the process of land acquisition, they could finish up their due diligence activities, but had to stop short of actually entering into site acquisition agreements and doing that. This is where the committee drew the line for their funding until a responsible financing package could be developed in conjunction with other state partners. The committee chair last week stated that he desired that some tangible effort or sign of a plan for state restoration of funding to their primary construction fund be developed, and encouraged all present to make contact with their state legislative delegations to become more engaged in this issue. And what's next in store is that recommendation from this committee is going to the full Judicial Council. They have their next meeting the week over 2 days, August 25th and 26th, when that's where the recommendation will be submitted to the full Judicial Council, seeking them to ratify that recommendation. Talking with the program manager, the construction program manager, who was reporting at last week's meeting, he said that presentation of that particular item will probably occur on the 26th. And anyway, so what, again, this item was put here really as a placeholder for any additional actions your board may want to take. I've given you a list of items that we could do. We could authorize a letter from the full board supporting continued funding of the project sent to the full Judicial Council for that August 25th, 6th meeting. We could send a delegation to support the Superior Court at that meeting. We could send letters to our state legislative delegation seeking their assistance with both the Judicial Council and legislature to work out their mutual interest funding issues. We could also request CSAC and RCRC for their support in this matter, and we could also make contact with the State Department of Finance representatives seeking guidance and support in this matter, and that's kind of AKA Diane Cummins, who's been very helpful to this county, and seek her guidance and counsel in this process. So that's a potpourri of options. There could be other things your board would like to entertain.
Okay. Just my understanding is that there may be an opportunity at the CSAC board meeting, upcoming board meeting.
Yeah, at the upcoming meeting, the governor is coming along with Diane Cummins, and there might be an opportunity offline conjunction with that to get together and talk to them about this issue. The governor's there to talk about Prop 57 particularly, but there'll be an opportunity to try and put something together.
And so I think we need to use all available avenues to pursue securing the funding for this, to include working offline with our legislators. I'm not necessarily, if we were to correspond formally with them at this point, I think the correspondence would need to encourage the legislative leadership to work with the executive branch and the courts to do what's necessary in the next budget cycle to fix whatever issues are out there. And I don't think that we would want to try do anything that would inadvertently lay blame on anybody. I just think what we need is a cooperative effort between the governor's office, the courts, the office of the courts, and the legislature, and we ought to be encouraging that everywhere we go.
Well, there's a couple things here that are a little bit of a strange thing. The fact that our courthouse is in the governor's budget, and I don't know how that's being reconciled. So I think I agree with you. We got to go after everything we can. I happen to know I'm going to see Senator Berryhill this weekend, so I'm going to have a little conversation with him about this and a few other things, and just add it to his list of to-do things.
Okay.
And I will be at the CSAC meeting with Supervisor Brennan, assuming she's going to be there, and I know Diane pretty well. And
so we can count on you two tackling Diane. And
yeah, well, okay. Discussing with Diane. I don't
yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, and obviously get the pulse in our CRC as well.
Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow.
Okay. Okay. Any other suggestions, recommendations from the board? So at this time, let me do a real. Do we want to put together, since the meeting is going to be on the 25th and 26th, I do think that we need to be represented down there. I will make myself available if that's the wishes of the board. But maybe we need a letter to the council.
And what we could do is similar to what you did for natural resources. I could authorize a letter to be prepared, and upon your approval, and the chairman's authorized to sign.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, the nature of that letter would be to support the courts working with the legislature to resolve the issue, right?
Right.
And to keep the project moving.
And keep the project moving, obviously. Okay.
Do you need a motion for that?
Yeah, we probably do.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt and a second by Supervisor Rice. Before I bring it back for more board comments, public comment, so I don't forget. Okay, bring it back to the board. Anyone else? Anything? Okay, then I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous? We are going to, would the clerk please read item 26B, and then we're going to break and take a break, and then we're going to go into closed session, and then we will come back for our 11:15 appointment.
This is a closed session conference with real property negotiator, price and terms, Authority Government Code Section 549568, negotiators Craig Pedro, Daniel Richardson, negotiating with Jan Holman Cerndon for a .592 acre parcel located at 10 Calavera Street in Sonora with APN number 056-09032.
Okay, any public comment on item 26B? Okay, seeing none, we will take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene in closed session at 10:55, and we will be back at 11:15. from closed session where we addressed item 26B, and on item 26B, we have nothing to report. And I'll go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors, and will the clerk of the board please read our first 11:15 appointment?
This is consideration of directing staff as to the location of the Blacksmith Shop Museum in Roca Park in Jamestown.
Okay. Staff?
Staff
and
is
yes?
Yes. Staff is back once again. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. The Roca Park Improvement Committee came together in the winter of 2013, and it was the idea of the committee to really come together to develop an overall master plan for Roca Park. The goals of the master plan included items such as irrigation, integrating the county had just purchased a segment of the what's now what we refer to as a Lister property, and we hadn't done anything with it, so the committee wanted to incorporate that portion into the rest of what we know as Roca Park. We wanted to provide more flexibility of a space there, allowing more uses, and we also wanted to increase the feeling of security in the park. To achieve these goals, the following objectives were developed. We wanted to flatten out some of the park area so the whole park was more visible. We wanted to revise the play area that's in back of the park. We wanted to create new walking paths. We wanted to establish an area for the establishment of a donated blacksmith shop in the park. We wanted to raise the picnic areas that are in the back of the park near the old jail that was recently established or put back into that area of the park. And we wanted to add additional informational kiosks to the park that matches the one that was just put in for that we did for the Railroad Museum, Railroad Walk of Fame. We also wanted to add additional historic artifacts, increase the number of benches, and then add bike racks, and then, of course, improve the irrigation system. So with all of that, the committee started to work on all of the projects. But in the winter of 2015, there were some concerns in regards to the gazebo that was in the middle of the park, and so that's when community members partnered with the Lions Club and the Sonora Rotary Club, and the volunteers went to work, and they did a wonderful job working with county staff and restoring the gazebo in the middle of the park. And once that project was completed, the Roca Park committee got back together again, and we started again picking up the master plan and working on that. And in January 28th, 2015, the committee held a community meeting to talk about the master plan and to show them the draft that you see on the board here of improvements to the park and ask for their input. And even though there were only 9 people there in the audience, they were the master plan was well received. We had great comments from them, and some of their comments then we took and we incorporated into the design, keeping in mind our goals and objectives and what we wanted to do. At that time, the master plan was then reviewed by the Tuolumne County Historic Preservation Review Commission, December 7th, 2015. At that time, HPRC voted to lend its support to the conceptual drawings, as you see on the wall there, and noting that their desire to come back to them once we had more specific detail. They were looking at the types of materials we were going to use for the different elements, where some of the exact location of some of the elements, what would the elevations look like, what type of lighting were we going to use specifically, what were the materials and the pathways, where would the pathways lead, and those kinds of items. So on February, the committee worked on that this past year. On February 16, 2016, the Roker Park Master Plan was brought before your board for consideration. A site map, as you see on the wall behind me, was that depicted all the modifications to the park, plus the addition of the Blacksmith Shop Museum was included in the board agenda package that returned to you for consideration. At that time, your board approved the master plan and asked the committee members to develop an implementation plan. So what was their plan on raising money? How were they going to do the different elements? Were they going to be broken up? Were they going to be all in one? And then you further requested the design details were refined and that it referred back to HPRC for their final review and before implementation of anything before the project was started. So the committee members then met several months to refine the master plan, define the materials and quantities, and really come in with an implementation plan. The first phase of the plan would be to install the blacksmith shop and museum, conduct minor grading between the play area and picnic areas, and construct ADA sidewalks from the back parking lot into the blacksmith museum area. The second phase of the project would then include raising the picnic bench area, construction of a retaining wall by the old jail, and then creating a artifacts display area, and then installation of the new lighting, the benches, and then the bike racks. On June 6th, the Roker Park Improvement Project Committee met with HPRC to get their final approval of the Roker Park Master Plan. And after much discussion at HPRC, they carefully reviewed everything and the materials that were presented to them. HPRC was receptive to all the elements that was proposed to them as far as what we would use for the walkways, the lighting, the benches, all of that. They did express one concern, and that was concerns in regards to the blacksmith shop and museum. And the concern for them, they did not feel that it was historically accurate to locate this blacksmith shop museum at this location. There was not one ever existing there. They understand and appreciated the efforts and all the work that community members had done to keep and protect this historical blacksmith shop and all the materials, but they weren't sure that it needed to be at that location. Their suggestions that they felt would be either to place a blacksmith shop further back in the park, in the what we have as far as the parking lot area, or further back into the playground area. So those are the two areas that they suggested. So on behalf of the Roker Park committee members, I'm respectfully asking or requesting that the Board of Supervisors reconsider HPRC's recommendation as far as the location of the blacksmith shop and museum. With me today are members from some of the members from the Roker Park committee, and they just wish to talk to your board in regards to some of their feelings about it. So with me here today is Steve Willey, Brian Kameen, and Jim Gormley, and I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you. And I want to thank you. Welcome to the board members and staff members. Steve Willey, National Hotel, Jamestown. I'll make this quick and brief. Probably in my 40 years of being in Jamestown, have had a request for, in discussions, any 50 to 100 times with merchants about the need for a museum in Jamestown. There's always been, we've had Railtown, but nothing for Main Street. And for years we've thought of different ways of doing it. In the latter part of 2013, I was approached with the idea of having the Rocca Ranch blacksmith shop, which also included all of the Algerine area. It was more than a single ranch blacksmith shop, but having it donated to Jamestown. And because it's the Rocca Park, the request was, could we put this in the park? We formed a committee, started working, and again, that's at the end of 2013. And in the 2.5 years that we worked on it, we involved a number of merchants and residents of Main Street area. Throughout our staff, our own committee meetings, I should say, I can say that never a negative word came up. Never was there any discussion about, no, I can't support this, or I won't support that, or whatever. We purposely involved property owners on either side of it, including the new property owner now, who on the left side, who is also included, and even came to the HPRC meeting in support of our proposal. We talked about moving the jail at in terms of how did we pick a spot. We talked about different places to put it. We walked it, again, with merchants and property owners, and the only logical place was the new property, the Lister property, which had been unused, undesignated for anything else. We didn't want to encroach. We can't encroach in the parking lot because that would really get the merchants up in arms. We're, like almost all the towns, we're short-handed. It's short of parking in Jamestown. And then, of course, not more than the building, everything has to be ADA compliant, so you start losing a lot of parking spaces. We talked about putting it at one point, near the playground, the children's playground. Again, due to the slope of the land, etc., we wouldn't have been able to make it, one, ADA compliant. Number two, we would cut off and lose the parental views of the playground. We didn't want the playground to be hidden from parents, from people in the park. And thirdly, it's a 12-foot high building, and even walked it with the landlord, the new landlord, several times. And his thing was he didn't know what he's going to do. He's going to turn the upstairs into residence for sure. That's instead of being commercial. My understanding is going to be residence. He's not sure what he's doing downstairs. There is one building, one occupant only that would be involved with any loss of view, and that at the moment is a hair salon shop. But he again had not shown any opposition until an email I got yesterday just asking, could we move it X amount of feet one way or the other. But anyway, that has been pretty much every inch of that property has been scoured, and we really like where it is, and it seems to work well. The other thing is that it gives access. We wanted access from Main Street so that we could actually have a museum that the public, that the tourists, et cetera, could find and see. And by doing it the way we've selected, we're going to not only have it ADA compliant, but it'll also make it ADA compliant up into the gazebo area. So that will be one thing off the county's list in terms of compliance that they won't have to deal with in the future. And all of this will be done at no cost to the county. We're going to do it 100% with our own energies and funding. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jim Gormley, chairman of the Roca Park Improvement Project. I believe in this project, and not only this project. A year ago, I was the project chairman for the gazebo in the park. And so I'm quite familiar with the layout and the needs of the community in Jamestown as the committee, as the people in Jamestown have expressed. I'm going to repeat just a couple of important points that were made by Steve and Maureen Frank. Last winter, the conceptual Roca Park master plan was supported by both this board and the HPRC. Our committee has divided the implementation plan into two phases. The first phase would include the installation of the blacksmith shop / Jamestown Museum and construction of the ADA sidewalks from the entrance and exits of the building. The second phase will complete landscaping and installation of park furniture and lighting. Today, we ask the Board of Supervisors to approve and implement the implementation of this master plan for Rocca Park, and specifically the installation of the donated blacksmith shop in the park location presented in the accepted conceptual plan. When I was asked to direct this historic project, I visited the Rocca Ranch located on the Algerian Road out in back of Jamestown. Upon arrival, I viewed piles of barnwood and historic machine equipment that was built and installed back in 1870. The equipment today, or at that point when I reviewed this a few months back, was being used as planter boxes for weeds and flowers. And it was we were in danger of losing this historic equipment. So I knew I had a challenge in my hands on this project, that's for sure. We moved all that equipment out of the field and started preparing to preserve it as we made our plans as to how we were going to implement the process of installing the building that's a new building in the park. I was shocked when I viewed the equipment laying in the field. And instilled in me was a need, and the need was to preserve the past for the future. There was a need to show how important agriculture was to Tuolumne County history. This was the last remaining blacksmith shop of the age used by the local farmers. In the packet for today's meeting, we've included a picture of the blacksmith shop placed in an approximate location. It's right before the petition that was signed by just about 80 landlords down in the Jamestown area. We did our best to Photoshop the museum blacksmith shop. And what the purpose of this picture was to depict the fact that the building is small. It is 1/3 the height of the gazebo. It's really not that large. There was a need to have a 30-foot tall building out there on the farm. The shop in the picture is located on the left side of the park when viewed from the street, and will sit on the Lister property recently acquired as part of the park. Our implementation plan was put together taking into consideration cost, the schedule that we would use to implement this plan, and take care of ADA requirements. So with that, I have asked the board to please approve this implementation plan prepared by this Rocca Park Implementation Project Committee. Thank you.
Anything else, Mo, before I open it up? Okay. I'm going to open it up to public comment here in a second. Actually, I'm going to open up to public comment now, but before I recognize anybody, I'm just going to read something into the record. I do this without prejudice, one way or the other, but I did get a email from Mr. Randy Woods, and he was not able to make it, and I told him I would read his comments to me and to the record. So this is from Mr. Randy Woods. He says, I am a landowner of a building that has been repainted next to Rocca Park in Jamestown, where the historic blacksmith shop is proposed. What a unique project. However, placement of blacksmith shop seems to be out of place due to the size of building and also due to the park is small in size. Perhaps setting the blacksmith shop back 30 feet per the proposed site or towards play area, or placing the blacksmith shop next to historic jail is a better fit. The other concern I have is a long-term tenant in building I own has such a pretty view from her window. Looking into Rocco Park and the gazebo, her view would become a 30-foot long wall, 14-foot high, thus removing pretty park and gazebo view from her business. Thanks for reading this info and happy to answer any further questions. So that came from Mr. Randy Woods, who is a property owner in close proximity to the park. So with that, I will open it up to any additional public comment. Come on up. Duke beat you.
Duke York, speaking as a resident of Jamestown. I was involved with this group, as I have been in just about every project in my community. And I feel that it does preserve history, and it does tie in very well with all the aspects of the park and the walkway and the mural. It really is a community-supported effort, and I do support it. And if there are technical questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Okay.
For the benefit of the camera, though, I was going to point out one small thing. This is a view of the park itself. This is the gazebo site, and right here is the proposed location of that blacksmith's museum, and then back here is the park. At one time, they had proposed it further back, and then they shifted it to line up with the front of the gazebo. So that was done to try to get better exposure to the playground area, and was mentioned by one of the previous speakers.
Okay, thank you. Other public comment? Come on up.
I'm here at the behest of, my name is Michael Lawson. I'm a resident of Jamestown as well, not downtown, but a resident of Jamestown. Been around for 20 years. You guys have all been here a lot longer than I have been, but it's my home. I went over with the promotion club. I've been with the promotion club for a while. Went over them and looked at the property, looked at the initial proposal. The initial proposal showed it like Duke said. When I came back, it was back in here a little bit further. We, the promotion club, because we're involved with that kind of stuff, would like to see it stay at that particular area. The issues of handicap access and all that kind of stuff doesn't change because we move it back 15 or 20 feet. It's still the same. As far as blockage goes, it does block, the word is now, it does block the property from the neighbor, Randy Woods. As far as blockage to the back, it doesn't matter where you put it, it's going to be blocking the back. That's playground. My understanding is also that that whole area is going to be level. It's not going to be a slant like it is right now, and so that would be a space, that whole area behind the gazebo, the whole thing will be level. That would lend to having a focused area for this blacksmith shop and museum. The museum can't stay that size. That's one other thing I just came up with. If you're going to have a museum, it's going to grow. You know, so you're going to have to start somewhere, and somewhere should be a little bit further back so we can expand forward. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
I'm Gary Wilson. I'm president of the Promotion Club of Jamestown, and we, of course, are in favor of the blacksmith/museum. But originally, we would like to have it a little further back. But I can see the arguments. My wife already told me that she couldn't see her grandkids back there from where she was. So we just need to keep it in the park, not out in the parking lot. We can't lose any parking spaces. So we support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Other public comment?
Do I need to get up? Yes.
No, just a second. We got one coming.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Speragna,
representing the Tuolumne County Historical Society Landmarks Committee. I happen to be part of this group here because I was involved with the jail. I was glad to see that something else would be on that park. We went out to the field to look at all the parts. We actually, my contribution to it was to reconstruct how this line shaft system works and all the parts that go to it. John Vigazzoni has the motors getting ready to run, but we won't run them in the building because of no fumes. But all the pieces have been assembled, and for the time frame, it was quite. I'm from Railtown, and the big line shaft they have there in the machine shop is huge. This is a very small thing compared to that. And the location of it has been going back and forth because of, I think, one of the aesthetics that the HPRC had was they didn't want it to block the view or contaminate the look at when you walk across it from the front, that this building might block the view of the gazebo. Well, we took panoramic photographs and stuff, and the only thing blocking the gazebo is trees. This building is off on the sideline, and whether it's forward or backward, we must accommodate all the other players, but it's an ideal location for it. And John dearly wants to give us all this equipment. And he has all the siting, and we have everything we need to build this building. It's just we need the permission. So being a landmark guy, and I worked so hard on that jail, I like to see another piece like this come to pass. Answering any questions here for you?
No. Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other public comment?
I'm Brian Cremeen. I've been the volunteer designer of the project here. It came before you for approval in February. Been up here talking about it before, and I just wanted to state that we already have approved the plan with that location prominently featured for the blacksmith shop. So I think what we're asking you for is a reaffirmation of that prior approval, not a new approval. We've talked, the points that I could dwell on have already been brought up. The location of the blacksmith shop here really was a compromise. We needed to we're already at maximum grade for the ADA sidewalk. We kind of needed that space for that. We also wanted to have a clear view from the gazebo, most of the front of the park of the play area below for parents and safety reasons. So that's why we ended up with the blacksmith shop where it's at. As you're driving by or walking on the street, you still have the gazebo prominently featured in what was the original park, symmetrically placed. So the blacksmith shop itself, had this parcel not been purchased by the county recently, may have been blocked all the way to the front with a commercial building, in which case then you'd have a much smaller view and aperture. So from my perspective, we talked, and I myself had concerns about the aesthetics of the blacksmith shop, and I came to the point of feeling that it really was going to be okay, that the rustic building really wouldn't dominate it, especially muted behind vegetation. And so I believe some of the valid aesthetic concerns, not historic concerns, really have been exaggerated from what I think we'll see in reality. We as Americans are concerned about change. I think this will be a positive change, not a negative one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Oh, I didn't mention all the back-breaking meetings that led up.
Mo, put your ball bat away, will you?
Good morning. Connie O'Connor. I'm the Executive Director for the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance. Recently, the Arts Alliance has become sort of a partner at Jamestown with a couple of new events. And so that's my vested interest in coming here today and listening to this proposal. I'm really in favor of it. And I guess my most significant comment would be that I think it's very important to situate this building where people will actually really see it and participate in it. And on a very selfish note, I would also say that down the road, I would like to see some educational and some artistic displays of historic blacksmithing and in the county, and do that as a regular on a regular basis. So, and as a third-generation Californian and a descendant of two very famous blacksmiths, I would say yes.
In or out of the castle walls? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Any other public comment? Going once, going twice. Sold to America. Okay, bring it back to the board for any questions, comments by the board members. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the Jamestown Promotion Group for bringing this forward. You obviously have taken ownership of this thing. You've thought through it. Good presentation. I appreciate that. You know, you guys are an example. Not just trying to say it courteously, but you're really an example of how the community is pulled together and done things to improve Jamestown and maintain Jamestown as an attractive place. And I applaud you. I really applaud you. You're an example for the rest of our county. I'm just very impressed with what's gone on there and how you've done this. And so I think you thought through this pretty carefully and the alternatives. So I fully support this, and I want to thank you for doing what you're doing.
Yep. Supervisor Brennan.
So I am going to echo the comments of Supervisor Hanfeld. It was my number one point that you are to be commended, and resources are scarce, and you've taken this project on and put together what I believe is a wonderful plan. And there are two key points here that I just really want to emphasize. And the first is Roca family ranch history in Roca Park. And what a wonderful fit. And the opportunity to talk about agricultural history in Tuolumne County, I think, is something that we don't have enough of, and it really is important. And sometimes having a glimpse into our future is understanding our past a little bit. And so I really appreciate that. The second piece is this is a park, and so safety for our children. We have to keep that in mind, and I really do think that as Mr. Kameen stated, we are just an affirmation of the plan that has been presented, really takes that into consideration, and so I commend you, and I support the plan that's been approved.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, certainly agree with all those comments. This is a major undertaking for a community to do something like this. I think we also should commend Mr. Viglianzoni for coming forward and giving this great gift. I, too, come from a long lineage of blacksmith. My great-grandfather, John Gray, was a blacksmith. My great-grandfather, Jonathan George, was a blacksmith. So I certainly appreciate it, and I certainly approve the project.
Okay.
Totally agree. Good words by the board. I think it's a great site. The considerations that Mr. Kameen mentioned, I think, are well thought out, and the efforts of the committee are appreciated. And also, the approach to use donor money, community money, in a way to accomplish this is outstanding. It's very difficult for the board or anybody to come up with money, and you guys taking the initiative and the bull by the horn, so to speak, is honorable and appreciated, and I think you're going to be successful. On a negative note, I'm troubled by the way the HPRC injects himself into this, and just to be completely forthright about it, I think that's outside of their scope and their mission of what they should be doing. They have a mission to see that things historical nature is preserved, and the effort that you guys are putting forth, I think, is actually accomplishing their mission more than they are. I think it needs to be highlighted in this venue because I think it needs to be reined in. So take that for what it's worth.
Okay. I'm obviously very much in agreement with all of the comments that have been made. I've said it a number of times at previous moments in the process, and this is, by the way, just another step in a process down in Jamestown with respect to the park, linking the downtown with Railtown. There's a whole litany of things from sidewalk projects, lighting projects that have been going on before, and this is another step. And it's a step in a process where the community has taken the leadership and moved things forward. They have a vision, and I really applaud that. It sure makes my job easier, even in situations where maybe we don't all agree on the siting and all of that stuff. But great job, folks. Obviously, I've sat in on some of the committee meetings, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that. Again, kudos to Jamestown. Great example for the county. Mo, I have one question. Okay, assuming it sounds like that we're going to get an affirmative vote here, what's the process? I want to make sure that we don't slow stuff down.
Sure. County staff will continue to work with this committee as they proceed. They're doing their fundraising right now and getting everything lined up. They would like to, if your board approves going forward as planned, then we will, the committee will start working on then, I believe this fall, if all the money is lined up, to start this project.
Okay.
So county staff will be with them all the way, just like we were with the gazebo project, making sure a permit will be issued for this work. It'll be covered under our insurance. We'll make sure the site is secure and proceed with them as they
Are you going to
take
need
on this
anything
project.
more from this board to make this happen?
Not at this time.
Okay.
We'll be happy to invite you to the grand opening once it's done.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from the board? Looking for a motion, since
Mr. Chairman, this is District 5, and I would yield to you to do this if you like.
Okay, well then, normally the chair doesn't make motions, but I will. I am moved that the board vote to approve the siting plan for the museum as it is depicted on the map and in the engineering documents that have been brought forward.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a motion by me, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. Any last alibis? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Okay, clerk of the board, please read our number 2, 11:15 appointment.
Consideration of approving the
Thank you,
request for
Okay, now, will the clerk of the board read the second of our 11:15 appointments?
Consideration of approving the request for proposal for consulting services related to the study of the fire and first responder system in Tuolumne County, and directing staff to work with respective fire boards for comments.
Guess who?
You're still there.
I'm still here. I've been
Again.
earning my keep lately. So before you today is, for your consideration, is a request for proposal and a scope of work for a study of our fire system in Tuolumne County. In Tuolumne County, just like any other foothills counties, the threat of wildland fire or structure fire is very real, just like we saw this week with Lake County. Our agencies and our departments take that fight and take that protection of all of us in this county very seriously. It was in this vein that we as a group came together, both the fire chiefs and county staff, in 2010 and 2012 to look at embarking and studying the fire service in Tuolumne County. At that time, we realized that, there's no one fire department that can respond to or handle these large events. We're all independent upon one another, and it's very important that we wanted to see and study how we can put together and strengthen county fire and first responders systems. So the two studies in 2010 and 2012 looked at studying the following items. We wanted to maximize fire and first responder coverage. We wanted to increase the availability and affordability of rates for homeowners who were struggling with their insurance for their homes. We wanted to provide professional firefighting and first response services. We wanted to ensure that safety of our fire and ambulance staff. We wanted to maximize efficiency use of fire and first responder resources. We wanted to look and provide a long-term stability of fire and first responder system, and we wanted to explore the various fire service delivery options. So at the conclusion of those two studies, the following outcomes were achieved. We were able to have a clear definition of the existing fire and first responder system. We developed information that was very useful for some of the districts at that time that were looking at developing or considering local district fire tax measures. We provided residents with information regarding obtaining and or maintaining their homeowners insurance at reasonable rates. We had several discussions with State Fire Commissioner. We revitalized the volunteer firefighter recruitment and retention program. Thanks a lot. In part, I'll just, as an editorial comment, to Mike Spears. He was the one that really took on that assignment and wrote some wonderful grants for us to take advantage of. The new improved, we had some new improved ISO rating from the work that was done for Tuolumne County. A new auto aid agreement has been signed, and revisions to the CAL FIRE CAT system were put into place and implemented just this past spring. These are all great things. They're very positive, but there's still more work that needs to be done, and hence that's why this is before you today. We really need an independent consultant or firm to come in and provide an objective look at the county's complete fire system and come up with recommendations on a method and implementation plan on how should we proceed forward. What does our system look like right now, and how should we look in the future? We really are looking at the stability and the interdependability of each of the districts and how we all need to work together. The scope of the work before you in the draft RFP and the memo that I presented to you includes the following items. We want a firm to come in and look at the overall system and really take a look at our facilities, our equipment, and the financial stability of each of the fire departments. We want them to come in and review fire versus medical calls and the possible implementation of emergency medical dispatch, or what's referred to as EMD. We want them to look and explore the possibilities of a consolidated dispatch facility. As you know, CAL FIRE is looking at moving out of their facilities in San Andreas and moving their headquarters over onto South Forest Road. And at that time, they would also move over what's called the Emergency Command Center. And there's some opportunities that we've explored for the past 20 years since I've been here about a joint facility in which law enforcement and fire would be together in the same facility, and looking at combining all of those services in one facility, keeping them independent but in one facility. There's a great economy of scales, and there's a great opportunity for just awareness and opportunities to assist and back up one another in cases of big, large events. We want them to do an appraisal of our revenues and expenditures and impacts and sustainability recommendations as we proceed forward as a fire system within Tuolumne County. We want them to look at establishing acceptable levels of service We want them to look at a countywide fire service review. We want them to explore service delivery options. And each of those options that they present to us specifically, we want them to list pros and cons of each option. We want to look at the cost factors. We want to look at the service and how that will be delivered to our customers, our citizens, our tourists who come to our county, and provide detailed recommendations to us. Those are basically what's listed in the scope of work. It's pretty large. It's pretty encompassing. It's not everything, but those are the areas that from the 2 fire studies that we had before, the items that were gleaned off of that. I have met with the fire chiefs twice, once in April and once in May, to talk to them about how they saw fire service, what was going on. Most of them that I talked to weren't involved in the 2010 or 2012 study. There's new members that have come on since then. But their comments and things that I heard from them, for the most part, were implemented into the scope of work. I did send out the draft RFP that was submitted in your board package to them. For the most part, most of the items were presented, or most of the items that they asked for were in it. There's one item that was not put in, and that was a study of fire service providing ALS services within their fire departments. The reason that was not put into the RFP at this time were a few. That's nothing that I've heard from your board in the past, that you wanted to look at fire districts, fire agencies providing ambulance services within their departments. We have a single ambulance service in the county. We're very unique. It's run by the county. It's successful because it is a one-system operation. We're constantly looking at making sure that it's one of our enterprise funds, that stays where it is, it stays healthy. And I didn't know if your board was interested in then looking at it. The other factor going out in regards to not including it, I only allocated $60,000 for this study, and if adding that item, it would be my guess, and this is a guess, I haven't received any proposals yet, so I don't know, it would cost us an additional $10,000 to $20,000 more if we were to take that item on. But that's up to you, willing to do that. I think you'll hear from some of the chiefs that are here today what they want are additional items. But that was one item that I like I said, most of the items that they asked for were put into this put into the RFP. That was the one item that wasn't. So you'll hear from some of them in regards to that. The next steps. If your board approves this RFP and any changes will be made, that RFP will then be sent out to all of the fire districts. This is not the first stop in this process. We'll go out to all the fire districts and ask their respective boards or their city council for their comments. If there's no substantial changes in the RFP at that time, staff will go ahead and proceed in making those slight changes or no changes depending on what I receive as far as comments back, and then it'll be sent out. If there are substantial changes in the RFP, that item will come back for your board for reviewing comments, and then it'll be finalized and sent out. Staff feels at this time that this probably, taking that into consideration, this probably won't go out until the end of September, early October for a study to be done. My guess is going to take a good 4 months for the study to be completed. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions before I turn the public loose? Okay. Public comment. How did I know there would be some?
Good morning, Mark Ferreira, Fire Chief at Columbia Fire District. First, let me say that I am here in total support of a fire study. I think that it's integral to our community. I wasn't involved at all with the 2010-2012 study, so I'm not sure where that kind of ended up, but it looks like it ended and didn't move forward. Some of the things that when we got the RFP out, it was a short turnaround time for comments. I wasn't able to take it to my board. I think we had about 5 or 6 days to get it, review it, and send it back. So I was unable to send any comments in. Today, in looking at the RFP as it sits, there are some issues. I feel that ALS needs to be studied, not necessarily ALS transport, advanced life support, so the paramedic side of things. Like Ms. Frank said, not necessarily having ambulance transport out of fire stations, but having paramedics in fire stations is something that should be included in the study. And if we're going to have money spent by the county for the citizens of the county, then we need to look at what is the best option. Is it a pipe dream that I have a fire engine with or an ambulance in my firehouse with a paramedic on it? It might be, but that may also be what's best for the citizens of the county. Under the scope of work, it says equipment. One of the issues that I have, I'd like to see cleaned up language is apparatus, because apparatus and equipment are two different creatures, as well as personnel being added in there. The other thing that stood out to me was there was nothing in there about communication and technology besides the dispatch side of things, and I think that's something else that probably should be included as we move forward, as we know that mobile data terminals and things like that score extra points on grants. So what can we do as a county to provide that to our first responders as a whole? Again, you're going to hear from a few of the fire chiefs here, and we're all going to say the same. We all have some of the same issues with the RFP as it was presented. The biggest one for me is I'd like some time to take this to my board, prior to it being sent out as an RFP. I think you're going to get better buy-in from all the fire agencies out there if we can present it to our boards and our personnel before the RFP is sent out by the county. Thank you for your time this morning. We typically, everybody meets once a month, and it's usually the first part of the month. So by the time I got the RFP, my board meeting had already passed. So I'm thinking I know we're the second Tuesday of the month. So middle of September.
Okay.
By the time I could get it to my board.
Okay. Thank you. And my understanding, just to preempt further comments, is there's no intent to send the RFP out until we get full comments back from all of an adequate period of time.
Okay. Thank you.
It would only come, and then it would only come back to the board for a review if there were substantive comments that would, I would imagine, would change the basic nature of the study or the finances associated with it. So,
thank you.
I think that's the intent. Okay.
I've got a copy of my presentation for the board, and I'll give to the clerk. Well, as you begin to look at that, you'll see that I've got got a correction on the first line. Pardon me. Mr. Evans is not Mr. Evans, he's Mr. Rice, so we all know that. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rice, members of the board, Mr. Pedro, and staff, my name's Larry Crabtree. I'm the fire chief of the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District. I'm also a senior consultant at Crabtree Consulting Services, LLC. It's a small business licensed in California that specializes in administrative and management services to small and medium-sized public agencies, primarily fire agencies. I'm here today to speak to the Fire and First Responder Study Request for Proposal Scope of Work document that's before you for deliberation and action. As you will recall, the current iteration of this issue commenced in February and March of 2015 more than 17 months ago. At that time, a study was the last item, number 9, on a work plan presented to you by Mr. Pedro and county staff. I'm sure you will recall that I made an appearance at your meeting on March 3, 2015, and presented my thoughts on that matter to you at that time. Specifically, today I'm asking that you take no action, but that you direct staff to continue work on the RFP and bring it back to you for action after further review, analysis, and revision. And I have that in my comments because it was not clear that that was the intent at the time we received this draft and were provided an opportunity to comment on it. On July 26, 2016, some 17 months after the initial work plan was presented, I, along with other fire chiefs, received an email from Ms. Frank. In that email, she asked that we let her know, quote, if any changes are needed, end quote, to have comments back to her by Wednesday, August 3rd, as she intended to have it on the agenda for the August 16 board meeting today. This gave us 5 business days and 1 weekend to review and analyze this all-important document and respond. This extremely tight frame did not permit me to review this document with my governing board prior to responding. It did not allow sufficient time for the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs Association as an organization to discuss and review it, nor to craft a response. I did review the document, and I provided several comments to Ms. Frank, most of which are incorporated in the document you have in front of you today. However, I was not provided an opportunity to comment on the revised draft in front of you. I received an email copy of it as a courtesy at the time that it was included in the agenda supporting material, too late to make further comments. Perhaps further comments regarding changes from other sources, or to inquire as to why some suggestions were not included. So it's in front of you today. However, please do not interpret that to mean that the Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District has reviewed and approved the document in this form. We do not. It would make sense to us that each fire chief and his or her governing body be asked to review and analyze the version in front of you, and then be provided an opportunity to comment both verbally and in writing before you are asked to act on it. It also makes sense that the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs Association, as a single stakeholding entity, be provided the same opportunity. I recognize that this is a study propounded and funded by the County of Tuolumne. However, if other agencies are to take seriously that their input is valued, then some time for their critical review, analysis, and response should be provided. I am mystified by the need for the unusually fast turnaround asked for by your staff. It has been languishing for over 17 months. We are in the heat of fire season, and this is something that deserves serious deliberation. We should all take whatever time is necessary to do it justice. Now, a little bit on the product itself. And I say this because I was not clear at the time that I began working on this that we would have an opportunity to comment further on the product. So please understand this is only a partial comment. On page 2 of Mr. Pedro's cover letter dated August 4, 2016, that's the cover letter with the board agenda item. The third bullet from the top says, revitalized volunteer firefighter recruitment and retention program. It's listed as an outcome of the 2010-2012 county study. I am not sure what statistics support this, but my anecdotal observations tell me that the volunteer ranks in the Tuolumne County Fire Department, as all fire departments, are dwindling, not growing. It did receive a federal grant of $540,000 a few years ago for recruitment and retention, but I haven't seen any concerted endeavors, nor have I observed any substantial increase in volunteer participation. In fact, one station near to Miwok Sugar Pine Fire has no fire engine or water tender in it today. It's been that way for several weeks. In the last paragraph of that letter, Mr. Pedro says that the RFP has been sent out to fire chiefs and others, and that, quote, their comments have been incorporated into the RFP, end quote. I'm sure that he meant to say that some or most of their comments have been incorporated, since not all have been. Additionally, this document was not provided to the Sierra Conservation Center Fire Department, obviously a stakeholder in any study of the provision of fire and emergency services in Tuolumne County. So there were no comments received from it. The RFP that I received by email on July 26 was marked draft. The RFP in front of you today has no such mark. which leads one to the conclusion that it is ready for prime time, a conclusion which I respectfully disagree with. I analyzed this RFP from two perspectives. One is from the perspective of a local agency fire chief with a stake in the outcome, and the other is from the perspective of a consultant reviewing this document with an eye to offering a proposal. By the way, Crabtree Consulting Services will not be making an offer in this RFP, so you don't have to worry about that. This RFP is not yet ready for release, and I think we all understand and agree with that. There are some errors that need correcting. For example, the Stanislaus National Forest is referred to as a park on the very first page, and listing the Rancheria Fire Department as both a federal agency, which it is, and as a local agency, which it is not, although I would defer to it to determine how it would prefer to be listed in the RFP. To give consultants and firms a better idea of the scope, I suggest adding some additional data to the RFP itself. In my experience, more information is usually better. Otherwise, staff telephones are inundated with inquiries from consultants trying to get a better picture of the situation. For example, I suggest that each agency's information include the number of fire stations, staffed and volunteer, the fact that all ambulances are ALS and staffed with one paramedic and one EMT, the fact that all fire agencies provide BLS services, the fact that Tuolumne County is the local EMSA, how many calls by call type is typical for the county and or geographic areas of the county, etc. Reading the recent fire studies section, one gets the clear impression that the 2010 and 2012 studies were a coordinated effort involving all of the fire and EMS agencies. However, if you were to ask some of those local fire and EMS agencies, you might get a different answer. Specifically, CAL FIRE was intentionally excluded from that study, and it is my understanding that it had no formal input into the study or the final product. Dispatching is an integral part of any emergency service, and it should be included as part of the study. There is much more to study, review, and analyze than just whether or not to consolidate fire law and EMS physically. In this day of electronics and cell phones, it would be good to know if the current model, mechanisms, and procedures are the most effective way to provide services to the responding agencies, who in turn rely on that to provide quality service to the citizens. Recommendations regarding dispatch services should be included in the deliverables. The scope of work, to me, is disjointed, repetitive, and ambiguous. It should be tightened down and say exactly what is being sought. Fewer bullet points, more to the point. Analyze fire agencies' budgets. Apparatus, which is different from equipment. Analyze staffing models, volunteer, resident, intern, reserve, career, and paid. Is the county looking for a standard of coverage survey, a deployment study, or some other type of result? Asking the consultant to provide, quote, a recommendation of optimal fire service delivery system, end quote, is very limiting. The consultant should provide more than one option, list the advantages and disadvantages of each, and perhaps prioritize them. It may be that a high priority option is undoable for any number of reasons, but a lower priority option is doable. Then perhaps agencies can move on to higher priority options. Another way to look at this is to make small changes, work out the kinks, demonstrate success, and then build on that success by making more changes, all moving toward an acknowledged goal. Expectations seems unnecessarily long. However, it should also include an element that the consultant review grand jury reports, the 2010-12 county study, available strategic 5-year plans, available annual reports, the latest ISO studies, and perhaps review models of similarly situated counties or agencies. In the selection process, I cannot stress too strongly that the successful consultant or firm have experience in California studies. This comes from my experience as a consultant. There are just enough nuances and distinctions to California statutes and regulations that a general consultant who is not familiar with and experienced in the California environment could give bad advice for which you will have paid a hefty sum of money. I did not see a section entitled Deliverables. However, I strongly suggest that some of the items listed, which are in fact deliverables, be moved to a new section specifically for that topic. And then in closing, please take these comments in the spirit in which they're given. They're constructive comments. They're intended to be constructive comments. The Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District wholeheartedly embraces this project. We are in full support and stand ready to assist in any way that we can. My experience has been that a well-drafted RFP results in well-planned proposals. A clear and unambiguous RFP results in fewer surprises during the project and ultimately in a more professional, better end product. Thank you for your time, and of course I'll be available now and afterwards or at any time to answer any questions you might have.
Anybody got any questions at this point? Okay.
Thank you.
Next on the public.
Members of the board, county staff, my name is Todd McNeil. I'm the chief at Twain Harte Fire. Also, by administrative contract, the chief at Strawberry Volunteer Fire Protection District and the vice president of the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs Association. First and foremost, I have full support behind this study from both departments that I represent and from the fire chiefs. And with the clarification that has been made this morning, that alleviates one of my biggest concerns, which is the chance for it to go out to the governing bodies. So that issue has now been resolved, and thank you for that clarification. Ms. Frank did include some of my comments on that short timeline, and I appreciate that. One of them that was not included that I do think is worthy of inclusion and might cause substantive changes to the RFP to then bring it back is looking at provision by fire departments of ALS. There is a difference between ambulance providing services, transport services, and advanced life support services provided by the fire department. I'm not saying that there's an interest from Twain Harte and definitely not from Strawberry to get into the ambulance business, but if you recall, Mr. Pedro, one of the big stumbling blocks of 2012 was the EMD issue and the issues of fire departments still wanting to send resources to show the service provision to their constituents. The idea of the EMD for the board's benefit is it can make a more efficient system by the dispatchers filtering out the nature of the call, the severity of the call, and sending more appropriate resources, and in some cases not sending fire at all, just an ambulance for transport. And in an ideal world, that should work. However, with the extended response times from the districts up the 108 corridor, for example, like in Twain Harte or even in Strawberry and up the hill towards Pinecrest, that could be a very extended timeline, and that would, I believe, potentially cause problems from the constituents that don't see an immediate response. And the ability to be looked at in the RFP of the fire departments being able to still respond in and provide those ALS interventions is very important. And I think when you look at a system that we have here, as accurately described, not only by Ms. Frank here verbally, but as you know, we're all totally interdependent. So when you say fire and first responders are that ambulance service. And if you look at the fire side, we do upwards of 60 to 70% emergency medical aid calls as a fire department, and that's pretty consistent across the country. So it's not just fire that we do. So to pull that out of the study, I think is missing the mark, and I think money would be better spent looking at it as an inclusive package, not saying that there would necessarily be changes proposed to the ambulance service of Tuolumne County, but if we're looking at everything and we want the best possible suggestions provided by the consultant, you're going to have to include emergency medical services as a part of the fire side. So ALS services should be included, in my opinion. Other than that, I think this is a tremendous opportunity to get that third party, and I am very grateful that the board is moving forward with this, and grateful for the staff time that is put into this and continued to put in. I do think that a third party, unbiased consultant opinion will yield the best possible outcomes or suggestions for this board and the County Fire and Emergency Services to consider. And then with that outside source coming in and presenting those proposals, there cannot be that infighting or that claim of bias or built-in predetermined conclusions. And I think that's very, very key to this. So again, full support from Strawberry, full support from Twainhart, full support from the Tuolumne County Fire Chiefs, and with that answer of being able to bring it to the governing bodies, we're prepared to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Greetings.
Good afternoon. Paul Avila, County Fire, Chairman of the Board, other board members, Mr. Pedro. On behalf of County Fire, staff has reviewed the document, Chief White, myself, other members, and we support the RFP going forward if that's the board's choosing. And on behalf of Groveland, the Community Service District, they will comment after it is presented to their board. And John Sterling wasn't able to make that. He apologized for that. As far as the R&R grant, since its inception, when we received the funds, our numbers have increased. We're at an all-time low of about 36 members. We're up to 60 now, so approximately 25. And plus, we've incorporated some new programs. I was asked to give a presentation on our R&R grant by Supervisor Hanfeld. Unfortunately, some matters came up. So, any questions?
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Clarence Team, EMS Coordinator for Tuolumne County. Just as a matter of some clarification, just EMD is not determining just if we're going to send fire department or not, ambulance only or not. There's also pre-arrival instructions that will help the person help the victim or help themselves. So that is a key part of EMD also. But making efficient use of our resources, I think, is wise, and using EMD to do that is also wise. I have not studied or looked at any statistics for the provision of first response advanced life support, but that's something I can do and provide to Ms. Frank to include in any information to the consultant. Do you have any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Real quick, I'm going to make a comment, and we'll see how my colleagues on the board feel. But I feel like we kind of rushed a little bit here. We're constantly sending letters asking for extension of comment period because we don't have enough time to deal with things. I would rather see this come back on the September 20th board meeting with all of the comments from all. That would give 5 weeks from now for the various agencies to get to their boards and get their comments. So my inclination is to table this until the 20th and direct staff to come back with a final product.
Excuse me, that would be fine. I'm looking at the recommendations, and they seem conflicting in the recommendations that the fire and first responder study we're supposed to approve, but yet we're waiting for comments from the RFP to finalize. So let's get all of that together first.
Okay. We're good with that?
Okay.
Okay. Then you got your direction? Okay. Thank you. And with that, we do have a closed session item over lunch. So I'm going to ask the clerk of the board to read, I believe it's 26A.
This is closed session. Conference of Labor Negotiators, Craig Pedro and Ann Fremd, 30 Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Any public comment on 26A? Seeing none, we will adjourn into closed session, and we will be back for our 1:30 appointment. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to reconvene the August 16th meeting of the Board of Supervisors of Tuolumne County prior to our 1:30 appointment. We did meet in closed session over lunch on a conference with labor negotiators. The item is 26A on your agenda, and we have nothing to report out from that closed session. With that having been said, would the clerk of the board please read our 1:30 appointment?
This is a presentation on preparation of the fiscal year 2016-17 final budget hearing and consideration of directing staff on development of the base document to be used for the hearing.
Okay. The august Mr. Pedro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Let me just go back and remind the board, where are we in our budget process? Your board adopted the recommended budget back on June 21st, and we have our final budget hearing on September 6th. This is not a budget hearing. There's no final actions that are being proposed for you to take definitive action on today, but it's become part of our process now to come to you before the hearing, kind of give you an update on what's happened and some of the key areas of the county budget and revenues, fund balances, and things of that nature, and just give you an update on it. And if there are things that your board would like to see, sitting here today, you'd like to see built into the base document that we present to you in the budget hearing, that would be very helpful, because then we can get an advanced step on it and get those things built in, and it would make for a more productive hearing on September 6th. So when we last talked budget, and we talked about coming to this point, there are some key objectives that your board wanted to have addressed. One was incorporating our final versus projected fund balance. Another was reevaluation and updating our general revenues, incorporating any major adjustments as a result of state or federal actions, incorporating actual costs of our bargaining that was just concluded. Actually, the final actions were taken today. And then to look towards establishing additional set-asides for future bargaining. There's a couple of high-priority positions in particular your board wanted to see if we could somehow support and get into the budget in the form of a code compliance investigator, IT manager. We needed to incorporate changes related to a victim witness grant agreement that your board approved last month. We wanted to restore our pure contingencies. And we are looking at seeking one-time funding for some critical one-time projects, specifically Parrots Ferry Road, Yankee Hill Road, and mobile data terminals, computers in the cars of our sheriff patrol, and just to pursue consensus on any changes in our county's TOT allocation policy. Those were the primary objectives that we were set out to do. There's a few personnel items that we'd like to at least discuss today. But again, after going through this, whatever your board's comfortable with. If you think, yes, Craig, I'd like to see this included in the base document for the hearing, please let me know and we'll get that done. If you're not comfortable, willing, feel ready to give any direction on any particular item today, that's fine. This is just to inform you and kind of get a jump start, on the hearing September 6th. So for the sake of time, I did put together a summary memo with a bunch of attachments, and I know you all have that. I'm just going to refer to a couple of these things and not put it up on the screen just to expedite this a bit. But first is the update on our beginning balances. Attachment A of your packet shows balances that are positive. They've increased from that projected in the recommended budget. There's only one of our funds, airport construction, that shows a very minor negative that we'll have to address later, but just overall, this indicates that we will have no problem balancing our other funds given the updated beginning fund balances. I do want to put a caveat: these are preliminary. Just talking with our auditor controller, she said it's about a 95% done thing. There's still some refinements in some areas. Like I know, as an example, we need to finalize our capital fund, but these are fairly close to what you'll see as your final fund balances presented during the hearing. So I'm not going to put that up on the screen, but just mention that that's in Exhibit A, and that's good news. Second, under our general revenues, this shows all of our general revenues of the county, primarily property tax, sales tax, TOT. Those are the big guys that we have in our general revenues. There's others such as our PILT and things like that from the federal government. The updates when we met with the revenue team and again the auditor controller honed down even further on these numbers. It would indicate that we would have $850,000 and some change additional general revenues for your board's consideration, and the big sweepstakes winner of that is about another $600,000 beyond our original projections in the area of TOT. Part of that was making sure that we were properly counting our accruals, that some things that may belong to the last quarter of last fiscal year may not be collected until July, August of just July of August this month and last month may be collected here, belongs to the prior year. That's part of what's happened there, but also just TOT's coming in really well. So that's good news. So there's $850,000 and some change in improvement in our general revenues, and that's specifically general fund revenue, and that's your primary source of discretionary revenue. Not only in the general fund, but countywide. So just wanted to mention that. Probably the most important chart, a couple charts in the memo that you have, and hopefully I hit the right button. Yes. Is just kind of look at this, and I'm focusing on the general fund as I usually do. I don't want to downplay the importance of the other funds. But the big challenge is always in the general fund of the county, again, where your discretionary monies are. And what you see, and this is attachment C in the packet, it shows the increased fund balance, and that's shown in yellow. That's been included in the budget at this time. And that's, again, I always look at the fund balance as one-time money. We try not to spend fund balance on ongoing operational cost. Again, that's up to your board's discretion. But I went ahead and listed as potential uses a number of things that your board has discussed in the past, and then some things that even came up as recently as in today's meeting. For example, when we balanced the recommended budget, we only had $579,000 and some change set aside for pure contingencies, and we like to start with at least $1 million in order to bring that up to $1 million in pure contingencies, just for things that could happen during the year. we would need approximately $420,000, to bring that up to the full $1 million. That's one of your budget policies. Some of those capital projects that I mentioned, Yankee Hill Road paving to do that project. I'm just going to round these numbers, about $97,000 to do that. To complete the Parrots Ferry Road paving job that was started this past fiscal year, that's estimated that we would need about $234,000 for that. And I would say that's very important we get that one done, because if you recall, we did a single lift of paving when that job was done, waiting for TUD to finish their water line relocations and so forth, and then would come in with the second lift, to finish that job. So that's very important to get that done. The mobile data terminals for our patrol cars, the computers in our patrol cars, that was last estimate I received was about $210,000. However, a little over $51,000 in OES grants and Homeland Security grant money has been targeted for that. And so the net cost would be about $159,000 is what we would need to fully fund that project. Today we talked about if we pursue the grant for our sport fields on that SBI property, we would need to prepare a master plan. That's estimated about $8,000 to do that. There was some discussion at the dais that maybe there's someone in the community that might be able to donate that and then do that master plan for us. But if not, we would need about $8,000 is Mo's best estimate to get that done. The Tuolumne Pool resurfacing, we talked about that this morning. Based on the estimate that we received, we may need $13,000 in addition to what's already in the budget, which I think was $125,000 in the budget. But to fully fund that would be, we need another $13,000 for that. We can wait until those bids come in and not do anything at this time, and potentially, pull money from contingencies if needed. There's been a lot of discussion about, adequate funding for search and rescue, equipment. A number that I think most folks have said would be more than acceptable is about $32,000 if we wanted to fully fund most needs there. We have $7,000 already in the budget. That would suggest we need about another $25,000 to fully fund those requests. We could look, for other areas of the existing budget for that. We could also look for, talking with Tracy, there's opportunities with OES and Homeland Security grants that we could pursue, to address that. Code compliance abatements, this is something that your CRA director wanted to remind me about, that we've been doing a lot of abatements through code compliance activities. The next one in line would be the confidence in, potentially. If we do that, that's pretty much going to deplete what we have available. And there's just a number of other projects that are out there, and just a number to have at the ready would be about $50,000. Again, you could set something like that aside, or we could leave money in contingencies and pull money as we need them as projects come up. I'm just giving you some ideas as we go here. And it's always a good idea if we can get money into our contingencies. Again, just to remind you, too, not only do we want to keep our contingencies high, but we also, just reminding the board, in order to do the tree mortality projects, we have our share of cost, our match, and we're pulling down from our reserve. It's a little over $600,000 this year, and our general reserve sits at about $2.3 million. And if we continue to do what we said we're going to do and it costs what we thought it was going to cost within a matter of 2-3 years, we will totally deplete the general reserve of the county, and that's for cash flow purposes and also just for emergencies that come up. All I'm saying is it makes a case for a higher contingency as we bring our reserve, down. And then something with a nod to the chair, just to mention, we also are in the middle of some major capital projects out on our Law and Justice campus, not the least of which is our county jail. And if we don't set additional cash aside for that, then we will need to go about the business of borrowing, for our share of cost of projects of that nature. So the more we can pay down, the better. Anything we don't pay down with cash, we'll pay through debt service, and that is how your budget is prepared currently. I'm just going to walk through these. So that's your one-time chart. So your attachment D. Sorry, this is really hard to control. Okay, attachment D would be what I call ongoing adjustments. So this is where you have ongoing revenue or expense savings. And then what kinds of potential uses might you apply towards that? In your sources, you have your increased general revenues, the $850,000 I mentioned earlier, powered by $600,000 of TOT. Reduce contingency. We did have a bargaining set aside for the bargaining we just completed of $700,000. In our contingencies, we can release that appropriation. That's in essence a savings. We also have increase of $700,000. We have increased AB 109 revenue that will come per the CCC plan that your board approved. Increased elections revenue that again Mrs. Batista shared with me. We also have some expense reductions in the form of PERS expense recalculations that Debbie did, and also some savings in pro-law software. We had too much budgeted. So if you all told, put that all together, you have about $1.7 million in opportunities, ongoing revenues, or expense savings. Under potential uses, again, everything in yellow has currently been included in the budget as it's being prepared for the hearing. Under the very first thing under potential uses is about $1.1 million, and that would be the general fund's actual, I'm rounding, the general fund's actual costs for the bargaining increases that were just approved, not the future ones, but were just approved. Because of the higher TOT, we're showing, again, $600,000 increase. We've set aside 25% of that, or $150,000, for the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau. There's still the $122,000 that we left out of there in the recommended budget. And I think I'll just mention at this time that we did have a meeting with representatives from the city, the county, the Visitors Bureau, and Lodging Association last week. And I would summarize that meeting as just saying that the Visitors Bureau and lodging representatives indicated their strong preference to respect that 25% policy and not change that in any way. Everyone seemed to understand that a new agreement amongst the Visitors Bureau, the city, and the county needed to be drafted soon. And then lastly, is that the discussions seem to morph away from changes in the base allocation towards the Visitors Bureau being asked contractually to use some of their future allocations to fund some portions of other economic development and promotion activities the city and county currently support. So I would like to have the opportunity to have a follow-up meeting from that which was held last week and see if we can arrive at some kind of approach that could be presented to your board at the September 6th hearing. And then lastly, there's a match required for that victim witness grant. Again, that was approved last month. We figured those things were kind of commitments on the part of the board. So that brings your total commitments in terms of funding to about $1.3 million. You compare that to your total opportunities. I'll just say the number, $1,657,000. That leaves you about $362,000 available, for other uses. I've listed some potential things on your below the committed areas in the yellow. You'll hear from our interim chief probation officer that we feel that we need to change the staffing pattern that was originally planned for the juvenile center by increasing 2 additional permanent FTEs with an approximate additional cost for this year of about $38,000. your board those two high-priority positions of the code compliance investigator. We have that calculated as if they were to start on September 12th. That's about $72,000 for the rest of the year. The IT manager, about $109,000 for the rest of the year. And then in response to some of the discussion I've heard the board have about, you'll recall that we had two building inspectors that were grant funded. One was funded with money from Rush Creek for dedicated inspections up at that new facility. And then one was to help with the juvenile center. Those positions are funded only through the end of September. If we want to continue one or both, it's about $58,000, per position to keep that going. We certainly have a lot of projects going on just in the private sector. We do have the transit center that now is proceeding, and with any luck, we will get the jail rolling at the end of this fiscal year. And those are all things that position can be working on with some revenue offset. So I just put that there, and I know Ms. Shane will speak to that a little bit later as well. And again, I put contingencies. It'd be really good to have contingencies in there. I'm not suggesting that we spend all the money on these things. I'm just trying to reflect some of the things that the board has expressed interest about in the past. On attachment E, this is not a cooked list by any stretch, but I will be working on this as we approach the final hearing. I know the board has always liked to have us present some options. What are some things that that we could present, that you could shift money from one thing to another to fund higher priorities in the budget? And again, these are not proposals. It's just to remind the board I'll come with some projects. For example, if you had to take something out of your one-time list, Yankee Hill wouldn't have the road paving project wouldn't have the same priority of Parrott's Ferry because of where we're at with Parrott's Ferry needing to finish that project. So you could choose not to fund that. The search and rescue equipment, you could send staff back and say, go find some grants to help fund that increase in funding. Code compliance, again, we could not put any dedicated money aside and build up our contingencies and pull it as needed, as the need arises. You could choose to eliminate or start later in the year the code compliance investigator or the IT manager, though as directed, staff did proceed with the recruitments for both of those positions. They're in the final stages of that recruitments in both cases. So conceivably, we would have people ready to start if those positions were funded. The building inspector, you could choose either not to add it, eliminate it from your consideration, or at least say, well, get as much revenue as you can if you did want to put it in to partially offset the cost with revenue from projects that would work on. Again, not necessarily a proposal, but just showing Arts Alliance. That's one of the ones we've talked about over the years. And I was just talking with Connie this morning, so she wouldn't be worried by this appearing here. But you could eliminate that, you could reduce it, or consistent with the discussions we've just recently had with the Visitors Bureau, perhaps there's another way to fund that through our TOT and them. But that's totally subject to conversation and agreement on that kind of approach if we wanted to pursue it. And again, going into the final hearing, I'll look for other revenue alternatives. I'll also look for more expense reduction alternatives that your board could consider. Just because they're so hard to see on the screen, even if I put them up there, I've also included as attachment F your Schedule 1. Schedule 1s, I'll cursor down to them, but just awfully hard to see. They're not balanced yet. But what this is showing is that all of your governmental funds, general fund, road fund, fire fund, can be balanced. There is capacity in some of these. Positive, you can see the airport construction, fund, second from the bottom, very small imbalance there. That's looking pretty good. Here, I'll just go ahead and scroll through them. Here's your enterprise funds with Columbia Airport, Pine Mountain Lake Airport, positive. Ambulance, again, we haven't tried to balance this stuff yet. That's the $400,000 balance in ambulance would typically go into their contingencies. But again, we haven't even looked at this yet. And then lastly, your internal service funds. Everything is performing pretty much the way that we had anticipated. So we're positioned well, going into into that hearing, where there are no big trouble signs on the horizon. It's more a challenge of figuring out what do you want to add to the budget, particularly in the area of contingencies and those kinds of things, just to have contingencies if things happen, but also for bargaining, for the next round of bargaining that we're going to have. There's also 3 departments that have personnel requests, and I'll defer to the chairman on when he'd want them to get up. We could have our interim chief probation officer get up and speak to those 2 additional FTEs that he thinks it's going to take to fully staff, properly staff the juvenile facility. I'll just say this now, that the simplest way that I can describe this is we have 2 accomplished chief probation officers in the last few years. The Del Arnold, who was kind of the one who orchestrated our juvenile facility, certainly well-qualified, experienced person, had a philosophy approach, to how she wanted to staff that facility. And then we have our new interim chief, Don Meyer, who has, many, many years at different types of levels, different types of correctional facilities, has a different viewpoint of how to best staff a facility like this. And then in between those 2 professional folk was a regulatory change at the state level. So that's the best way I could summarize the change, there as a different in your key management looking at it. Not saying one's better than the other, but I do give a lot of deference to Mr. Meyer and his experience. And we've had a lot of people look at these numbers, including the Board of State and Community Corrections, and feel that that's an appropriate add to the staffing for that facility. And again, Ms. Shane is ready to speak to 3 proposals that she has, and then Ms. Connolly's also prepared to speak to some changes that she's proposed. And I'll again shut down just saying again, this is partly informational, but if there's anything that the board's comfortable in giving staff direction to go ahead and include in the final budget package at this time, great. If not, that's fine too. We'll revisit each of these during whatever you don't feel comfortable addressing today. We'll address when we get to the final hearing on September 6th. So with that, I will stop, Mr. Chairman, and answer any questions.
Okay, I guess I got a couple questions. It seems to me that the roll-up, the 2 roll-up slides that you provided us don't include all of the requests that are out there. Is that the case?
Yeah, this had just what you identified as the highest priorities,
Okay.
before. We had other high priority, positions. But again, I just put the ones that your board has indicated were priorities.
Okay. Does anybody, any of my colleagues have questions for staff at this point?
Not a
Supervisor
question,
Gray?
just a comment on our high priority positions there. We mentioned that the building inspector's positions, right now we have 2 people that are part-time, or we consider, I don't know what their classification.
They're considered grant funded. They're
Okay.
permanent employees, but grant funded. The money
So-
go away, they go away.
But we have 2 particular projects coming up, the jail road, the transit center, and the jail. Now, it doesn't seem to make any sense to get rid of those 2 people, then hire 2 more people and have to retrain them to do what the ones we have right now. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, on the road, or the infrastructure project, that's primarily infrastructure. So the inspection is going to come primarily through the public works staff. It's a different type of construction. The building, absolutely, they're going to look at, but it's a relatively small building, say compared to the juvenile or the jail. The jail, certainly, we want them on board, and we want the expertise available, want the capacity. The jail, if we are able to get going at the end of the fiscal year, and that's the plan, of course, we'll start in the dirt, and then we'll probably start, going up in the summer. So, part of me would like to see both positions when I look at it practically. What do we have going on the ground? Probably one is justifiable. Both of them, I'd be hard pressed to make the case.
Okay. Supervisor Handel.
Okay, assuming the courthouse goes, what's our role from an inspector point of view with the courthouse? Do we have
They
any
have their
or
own.
none?
They have none. It's
Okay.
theirs.
I want to be
Okay.
sure of that.
Okay. Anybody else? Just a couple of comments. Nice roll-up slides. I like that. I think all of the high priority items are still a high priority. So find money, I guess, would be my. I mean, if I was going to not do, well, I don't know. I think in terms of the ongoing adjustments, I think they're all necessary. I really would like to get to a resolution on the 122K for the Visitors Bureau that is mutually acceptable to everybody. And I really think you're on the right path in terms of, what you're talking to them with, so I'm okay with that. On the one-time adjustments, potential uses for that increased fund balance, I don't see anything on that list that, I would jettison personally. I'd like to see those funded. They're all pretty important. I guess the code compliance abatements would be last on my list, but that's a pretty high priority thing for me anyway. I just can't put it at high a level as the rest of them. And if that puts a little dent in the pure contingencies, I'd be okay with that. Understand little dent, right? So I'm kind of okay with where you're headed. Supervisor Handel.
I'm not quite there. On the one-time adjustments, I'm concerned about retaining as much discretionary funding as we can, for as long as we can. I mean, you mentioned tree mortality. That issue is beyond our ability to fund a 25% share. We're going to run out of money long before we run out of problem. And I know we've committed reserves, and we didn't really have any choice because the devil's at the door. You got to deal with it. But I think that problem's going to grow. So I'm concerned about that as an issue that we have to or will have to deal with. I continue to be concerned about our ability to fund the maximum amount of our share of the jail, and so I would like to retain as much funds as possible. While I agree with Supervisor Rotifer, I think some of those things on that list can at least be put in abeyance for a little while until we figure out where we really are in some of these things. I mean, code compliance abatements, as long as you don't spend it, who cares? I mean, it basically is sitting there. And restoring the contingencies, it's still there. That's okay with me. I would like to see us go after the field SPI and the Tuolumne pool resurfacing with some other kinds of funding if we can. But, I mean, I think we committed to those today, so I don't know that we got a choice. I mean, that's not an option. Search and rescue equipment. Our search and rescue team seems to be, how shall I say, oversubscribed lately. Those people have been working hard, and I don't really like the concept of putting them at risk, giving them the right kind of equipment. Other than those, I think we can hold on the others until we get a little further along, in my opinion, and retain as much flexibility with that one-time money as possible. Before we talk about the ongoing adjustments, I think we are committed to those first three that you have in yellow. I think we're pretty hard committed to those already. I'd really like to hear from staff about where they think we need some more. I kind of agree with the building inspector. What's the point? We want an experienced person. We don't want them to go find another job and come back. But I think we got to look long and hard at what else we do.
Yep.
We have a commitment to our employees after the class and comp study to do something. We got to retain as much as we can in order to ongoing money as we can to deal with the issues we got to deal with. And so I'm reluctant to spend anything that isn't absolutely necessary. And I do want to hear from the probation chief about how we messed up and didn't get that into the original plan, because that's painful. That's an ongoing expense, and I'm worried about that. But other than that, I am inclined not to commit some of those other things at this time.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure. Let's just go down the list here. So on the one-time adjustments, I think Yankee Hill, Paris Ferry need to happen. We need that money. Absolutely need to get it done. It's already in the works. The sheriff's money, I'm okay with looking for grants, but I think it is critical. Public safety issue. SPI and Tuolumne, as Randy stated, we've already kind of committed today, and personally for my district, those are big priorities. Want to make those happen. Search and rescue is the same thing. Those guys need their technology. Pretty much all of these are really important priorities. And the last thing is abatement on there. Abatement is very important to me. The specific issue of the confidence in is a blight on our community. And it's whether we're going to do it now or we're going to stare at it for a few years and do it later. Eventually, we're going to pay to do it. There's no changing the situation that we have there. So I think let's not waste time, get it done. I've been working with Doug. He's been doing a great job getting this lined up. And so I really would like to plead with the board to make that a priority. Let's see. On the ongoing adjustments here, I'm glad to hear you're going to meet with TOT again, or excuse me, with the Visitors Bureau again to discuss TOT. I want to make sure we honor our kind of commitments to them and keep prioritizing the efforts that they're successful in. Victim witness grant is always an important thing, and the fact that we're leveraging money there, I want to take advantage of that. I don't know enough about the juvenile detention staff. I'm kind of bothered by the fact that we're putting additional funds when I know we've already put forth a very large increase from where we are baseline-wise. And I know it might be justified, and it probably is what it is, but I'd just like to maybe, on a side note, get a presentation on that.
He's prepared to talk today.
Okay.
And on that note, if I can.
Can I keep going first?
Okay, go ahead.
Just because I'm on a roll. Code compliance investigator is very important. With the marijuana issue that we've put on our code compliance staff and just the caseload that they constantly have, that is an important issue. And I believe having somebody there that is focused on that mission, that's separate from the building side of things, is important, because it's difficult to go back and forth between those. It takes away from the ability to do one or the other by having to do that. So I think that's something we've, in the past, in taking actions, I think the same thing, we've committed to it. We just need to hold up our end of the deal. And then the inspector issue, I would also like to address, especially as a contractor. I know firsthand how important it is, for one, that we have good inspectors, and for two, that we have enough of them to handle the workload. And I can tell you the economy has changed in the building industry. All the contractors I know are extremely busy, and that translates directly into the workload of the building inspectors. Those guys are buried, and I deal with it. I know that you guys are very conscious about overtime, and when I call for an inspection or the other contractors call for an inspection, they expect somebody to be there. If somebody can't make it there because we don't have the staff and projects can't keep moving forward, that's a direct impact on economic development. So things are starting to go, and we need to continue to support that. And by getting rid of these guys now and then having these future county projects which we're going to additionally impose upon their workload, that's really going to hurt those guys. So at least one of those positions needs to be included.
Okay.
And
Already
then,
did that page.
I suppose that's it for now.
Okay, Supervisor Gray.
So probably for the first time since I've been on the board with Supervisor Royce, I'm pretty much in agreement with everything he said.
He always agrees with me.
So
eventually.
he saved me a little bit of time, and I think what we have presented, what's on the list, is accurate. We need to keep it there. Look at it again when we come back in September.
Are we talking about a two-part harmony of Kumbaya here?
Not
Okay.
exactly, but
I want to make one more comment. Did you have something? Since I already got you. Since I already got my word in, you go first.
Yeah, and I'm
Supervisor
going to
Brennan.
probably look down this way because I think you all have pretty much articulated my feeling in that. I think we have a list that we have really tried to focus in on, and I support pretty much. I think they are all they're needed, and we have really been trying to be conservative in the use of what few dollars we have. I too, though, would like to hear from our probation chief and hear the explanation on
Okay,
those two FTEs.
come on up.
As he's coming up, Mr. Chair, of all the positions, this getting board clarity on that is most important because he is in the process of hiring that
understand.
staff.
Okay. And here we have probation.
Chairman Rotifer, members of the board, Don Meyer, interim chief for the second time today. This is maybe a little less pleasant than this morning, but in regards to the staffing and scheduling, as Craig was talking about, we're stuck with the Title 15, the minimum standards, which basically, if you've been through the hall, you've got the unit. You've got to have 2 staff, male and female, whether you have 1 kid or 19 kids, 2 staff. That's nothing else. There's no control, there's no backup, there's no program. It's just stay in the unit, watch TV, don't go outside, don't let people in. There will be nobody at intake. So then you go, okay, what about visiting? What about the treatment programs and everything else that goes on throughout the day? School, laundry, feeding, all that sort of stuff. So you've got to add in additional people. Looking at the original schedule, I wished I had done a schedule the first day I was here. Well, I didn't. It took a while for me to look at it. And we did 4 different schedules, a combination of 12s and 8s, 12s and all 8s. Then we looked at moving some people around. So we've cut the fiscal tech, which would be the receptionist and all the budget and everything else that goes with that. And we're going to move over most of the juvenile staff plus a legal assistant to help us with that. On the swing shift, the same thing. If you have 2 people, minimum, but then you can't do anything else. So, and the law requires that the kids have 3 hours of recreation and outdoor exercise every single day. So you got indoor rec, outdoor rec. They want at least an hour every day outside. If we have an emergency run to the hospital or something, who do we take? We can't leave a single person on the unit, go out and get a car, and then if control's not staffed, who's going to let us in and out? Because you can't have control at the unit level. So that locks you into at least 3 minimum on every shift, except the graveyard. Now, we've made some accommodations to not have 2 people on the unit on graveyard. One has to be at the intake level where they do the control position, and one stays in the unit. But then we can't let people out of the room because we can't leave the control area to go in the room to have 2 staff on duty to let somebody out for whatever reason. So we just don't have all these extra people. This is the bare bones minimum staffing. I wish it were different. I mean, you could staff it with 7 people every day, but you would do nothing else but keep them in their rooms and get the state after us and the child advocates saying you're not complying with the law.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't think that there's any question that the request is valid or anything like that. But having heard the grumbling, okay, from some of my colleagues, I think the question is, why didn't we plan for this on the front end, okay, and why are we getting it now at the tail end? And not so much as a criticism for probation and the planning that went into it, but more as a lessons learned. We're about to build a jail, which is like a big brother to the little sister of the, I guess I might have made a sexual comment or something, but it's a bigger sibling to the smaller sibling of the juvenile detention facility. So what did we not do as well as we could have, and how can we learn from that going forward, particularly with our soon-to-be embarked upon jail project, to make sure that 4 years from now, 3 years from now, when we get in the position that we're at with the juvenile detention facility, that we don't find ourselves scrambling around looking for a chunk of money at the end game.
I can't answer I certainly can't answer for the sheriff and the jail, but the juvenile facilities are staff intensive. That's meant to be that way. They're not supposed to be in their cell or in their room for prolonged periods of time. So that changes the staffing. My experience has shown in different places that I've worked and being around institutions is much more significant than anybody who's ever worked here. So when I looked at it, I wished I would have done it the first day I was here and done a couple of schedules, it would have been obvious at that point, but I didn't do that. So when I finally did, I could see that this was not going to work, and there's no way around it. And institutions, if you're not aware, are your most expensive alternative.
We're not questioning them. We're not questioning that.
So I wish they could have been done different. I mean, everybody knows that staffing and fixed cost are that's your biggest cost there. The variable costs are nothing in institutions. So.
Okay. Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. So you're the guy up here taking the heat for this, and you weren't here when the decisions were made and these projections were put together. But as Carl stated, it's something to learn from. And I think more than for you guys, it's probably for us, is people are always optimistic when you're pushing a capital project, when you're trying to put a vision together. You don't always fully clients do this too. When they want to build a house, they don't want to think of all the costs. There's all the direct costs, the indirect costs, the external costs. It's very hard to confront those things. But right now is when we're having to swallow that pill, and that's the fact of life. But
yeah, it's not something that I wanted to do. I thought, not really looking at the details initially, and it's really difficult to come to a small county board and say we need more money, because there just isn't a lot of money. There's not a big tax base. We get that. It's just we can't take the risk and put the county at great liability for not staffing it correctly. But we're going to move the juvenile over there so they can help with transportation. They can respond to emergencies. They're going to offset some of the additional costs that we have.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm just going to defer to the expert.
Yeah. I think we all are. I just would make a paid political announcement to those people that participate on the jail committee with me to learn a lesson here. Okay.
Yeah,
Because 3 years from now, I don't want to be in the same position.
I would suggest that you got to pay a lot of attention when you look at other facilities that are going to be similar sized about what it takes to staff all those shifts and count up all the FTEs and the extra help and the overtime, because that's a significant issue, and it doesn't change from place to place.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Chair, if there's consensus, it's important for Mr. Meyer to know that he could proceed with recruitment based on that number, even though the hearing's not until September 6th?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yes.
Do we have a board consensus?
Yes.
Okay. Go forth, do magic things. Okay. Have you got the direction you need?
Just a question if you want to hear from CRA and HSA staff today, or that can be deferred until the hearing.
To the extent that they're on the priority list that you've given us on our little two-sheet.
They're not on the
thing.
list.
If they're not on the list and they want to advocate, knock yourself out. Come on up.
Don't get greedy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Agency Director. First of all, I want to thank you for your express support of the co-compliance investigator position and also extending the tenure of one of our grant-funded building inspectors. I won't say any more about those positions unless you have questions. Our Chief Building Official, Doug Oliver, is also here if you have any questions for him. There are two other personnel requests that I had submitted. The first one, neither one is general fund, so I'm not asking for any more general fund money. The first one is simply that in our engineering division, we have had great success by very talented engineers to apply for state and federal funding. We've got over 50 projects in the works right now for road improvements. And one of the key players in that successful division is our assistant engineer. She is now qualified to be an associate engineer, so I'm asking for your consideration today of creating an associate engineer position so that very qualified employee could be promoted, and that would be funded from the road fund at an estimated cost of $9,500 for the rest of this fiscal year. That engineer is responsible for the 53 bridges in the county. She is currently working on, and let me get the numbers here because it's impressive, on 14 bridge replacement projects, and she has 8 more programmed for federal funding. She's also handling the preventative maintenance project for 11 bridges, and she's got 11 more bridges that have been determined to require replacement, and she'll be working on all of those. She also is a phenomenal writer. Not only does she write grant applications, she assists the other engineers in doing so. And that's largely, again, one of the reasons that we've been so successful in obtaining so much funding for these projects.
I hate to say it, but you're right about this one.
Okay. Any other comments on that one before I go to the second one?
I would say that you could probably bring it forward. I'm not inclined to approve it at this point, but you can bring it forward. But I would need to know, and I'm sure my colleagues would be interested in the kind of dent that it puts in the road fund. I know it's relatively a small amount of money, but what's the impact on the road fund? So not right now, but when you bring it back.
Okay. And then the other request is that through the recession, we lost a lot of staffing in our agency. As you all know, development decreased, and our staffing level decreased along with that. Over the years, we have been fortunate with your support to be able to reinstate some positions, but on our clerical staffing, we did lose positions. We have not been able to reinstate those. And so our professional staff, which, again, we're shorthanded, and we've just talked about the importance of the building inspectors, they are having to do a lot of clerical work. I mean, we all do in the county. Mr. Pedro does some of his own. We all do. But in our office, because of that, some of our managers, like our solid waste manager, our housing coordinator, have very, very little support from the clerical division. They just simply don't have the time. They're helping all the other divisions with the workload. We currently have a part-time relief administrative assistant that works in the surveyor's office. Again, that's already funded for $20,000 a year. We would like to convert that one part-time relief position into a permanent full-time position who would help primarily with solid waste, but some of the work that the other clerical division staff are doing for solid waste could then be transferred to this position, freeing up their time to provide support to the other divisions. The solid waste fund does have adequate funding to make up the difference for this. So again, it would not be general fund. I'm requesting additional $20,000 from the solid waste fund to convert this one position from part-time relief to full-time permanent.
Any questions from the board? Again, absent any questions or comments from my colleagues, feel free to bring it back, but again, we need to know what the impacts on the solid waste funds are. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. In follow-up to our request that did make it into, well, they didn't make it into the recommended budget, but you did see a spreadsheet regarding HSA's requested positions for 16-17. So we're here today to address those requests that we've made and the justifications behind those requests. I would just say this, in many cases, we are before your board making adjustments to our organization, which is the largest agency in county government, well over 210 staff, well over $45 million in budgets that we manage annually. There are a lot of components, operating components within the infrastructure of the agency that we have to pay real close attention to. We have to pay close attention to legislation. We have to pay attention to the direction and the programming of our agency to ensure that we are in a position to provide the best possible service to our constituency we can. To that end, we are requesting staff increases in both social services and for behavioral health. In social services, we have an annual budget of a little over $24 million. Right now, the staffing level is 109.8 FTE. We are requesting 3 additional positions, which would be about 2.7% in overall staffing level for the Department of Social Services. In behavioral health, we're requesting a net additional increase in staffing for behavioral health with about a $10.5 million budget. Currently 63 positions. That would take us to 65 positions. I have 3 staff that would like to come up here and address your board with the justification, starting with Rita Austin from Behavioral Health. Rebecca Espino will follow from Social Services. Corey Ashton will follow her, and I will follow up in the end. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Rita Austin, Behavioral Health Department.
First of all, let me just make a general comment in the interest of some management here. We're not going to make a decision on this. The decision is going to be to bring it back and justify it the next time around. So with that in mind, go ahead.
Understanding that no decisions are being made today, I just wanted to note that each of us are responsible for both public services and the appropriate dedication of the public funding that we receive. So I wanted to add a little bit of support for why we're requesting these positions, because expansion is always a serious consideration, or addition of staff. Without expansion is the general list of direct service treatments that is currently managed by the 4 existing clinical supervisors: our medication services, therapy services, assessment, 24-hour crisis services, 3 housing programs, jail services, all substance use disorder services, intensive case management, resource and referral conservatorship, and placement services. Under those 4 supervisors, they are responsible for 41 permanent staff under them. Last year, we provided over 33,380 services to the community, to a total of 1,614 persons. The span of control and the scope of service necessity is above and beyond what those 4 supervisors are realistically able to do, in addition to assuring our ongoing requirements for positive outcomes, for assuring quality assurance, responding to audit, and providing for the staff training and supervision. We have a high turnover in staff, so it's also important for those supervisors to be able to dedicate time to those staff directly. In addition, those supervisors are also on call not only to provide supportive supervision, but to fill in and actually respond to services after hours and provide that direct service. We also requested the addition of one clinician. This is in response to some of the changing legislation and regulations, predominantly due to the advent of AB 403, which is the efforts to return foster care youth into the community. Children's clinicians typically handle a much lower caseload because the services are much more intensive with a broad array. As an example, our caseload for an adult clinician ranges somewhere on an average of about 125, as versus a children's clinician around 40 to 50. The return of the children to the community, the hopes to avoid any continued placement to higher level group homes is considerable. Right now we have 2 children in the foster care system and 3 within the probation department that are in group home placements, for which, in addition to the cost of the residential costs that are paid out of DSS, also costs the Department of Behavioral Health Services for the clinical services. By returning those children, not only would the clinician be able to receive reimbursement for almost the full cost of the position itself out of Medi-Cal, but also would be a cost savings from the current expenditures that we are putting out in order to support children in an out-of-county placement. Finally, the Behavioral Health Department also requested transportation. Last year we had over 200 people that required out-of-county hospitalization and return to the community. As there are very few beds available throughout the state of California, we are having to resource to further distances, Sacramento, Visalia. We go in and bring those persons back. 200 a year means that I've got drivers out there. That's in addition to the requirements for us to provide services to bring persons to substance use, the perinatal substance use programs, our outreach programs, our therapy programs. So we have had to utilize sometimes service providers to bring them back instead. So that is a summary of just a little bit of support for the
Thank you.
positions we've requested. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rodefer, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Espino, Deputy Director, Department of Social Services, and thank you for this opportunity to come before you and give you a summary of our personnel requests. The primary goal of the CalWorks Welfare to Work unit is to help public assistance recipients move as quickly as possible from receiving public assistance to becoming self-sufficient. To achieve this goal, we're requesting to make the following personnel changes. First, we're requesting to add 1 social worker and to delete 1 integrated caseworker. We believe social workers have the skill sets to perform the intense case management needed to support families as they work to remove barriers to employment. In 2015-16, we conducted assessments of our folks that came in to apply for services. 75% of these assessments showed families were living in fear due to current or previously experiencing domestic violence. 29% were diagnosed with mental illness conditions, and 19 of those were currently receiving services through behavioral health. 22% self-reported that they were struggling with alcohol and drug addictions. We want our social workers' primary responsibility to be out in the field, working in their homes, leveraging resources with community partners, and working with our sister agencies. So this leads to our second request, and we are requesting to add 1 social worker assistant to relieve social workers from performing routine tasks. And those routine tasks include re-engaging clients who have been sanctioned from a program because they failed to comply with the requirements. And another very important task is tracking activities of our welfare work participants to ensure that they are complying with their work plan. This requires gathering, inputting imaging into our automated system. And although these tasks are routine, they're important because it provides our agency with a measuring tool to track outcomes. The final request is to change 2 senior office assistant positions to 2 service support assistants. These positions will best serve the agency due to the need for a higher level of support as we continue to expand the number of automated systems that must be mastered. In our current automated systems, 3,600 alerts or data-related documents are processed every single month. And in January, due to new legislation, we will add 2 additional automated systems that will be under their purview. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Corey Allen, Social Services Deputy Director. I will be brief. I have 2 positions that I believe are critical to operations. The first is an office assistant. We are opening the most exciting venture with our visit center. That visit center simply needs someone that's going to manage the daily operations. This position will allow us to serve our families at a second location that's more community-based and child and family friendly. That position has over 46 and a half hours of duties that I've outlined every week to make sure that we support over 50 children served at 37 visits a week, over 74 hours of time just in the visit center. That doesn't include our visits that we already manage off-site, which will be managed by existing staff. I have details for that type of workload if you're interested. The second position that I would like to talk with you about is a social worker 3. This position is funded through the Continuum of Care Reform, Assembly Bill 403, which simply outlines we must provide better service to our foster children. One way that we are to do that is to increase our child and family teaming. There's a complete mandate on how that's done. We simply do not have the staffing to do that. Our experienced staff, which is smaller than our inexperienced staff due to turnover, is experiencing 40 to 60% caseload higher than your optimal standard set by the workload study, SB 2030 workload study. In that, it simply states that our caseloads should be lower than they are. So I can't disseminate this workload, this new workload, among existing staff. This individual will provide a complex grouping of tasks, including coordinating and facilitating family team meetings, safety planning, visitation planning, prevention planning, putting the child and the family in that decision-making process. They will also complete all duties related to family and search and engagement, which is another key component and mandate as part of our continuum of care reform. This particular individual has 61 and a half hours per week of workload that we will have to share among other staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we are also in social services asking for your board's consideration to convert a .8 Analyst 1-2 to a .8 Analyst 3 to help with lead support for the staff services manager. Staff services manager has taken on a larger role in the agency. She is responsible for not only our analyst corps, but she is now responsible for state mandates concerning resource family approvals and federal case review. Those are direct support requirements of her position. That means she's going to be case carrying to carry out those mandates, at the same time managing the rest of our general services unit. So we're asking for your board's consideration and concurrence to convert that position to help with providing lead role capacity within our analyst corps. That concludes our requests today.
Okay. Thank you.
Alrighty.
Board questions? Go ahead.
I think what the most important thing for us to know, I'm not going to argue your needs and how you move people around, but what is the total general fund cost for all of these changes?
Supervisor, I'm glad you asked the question. There will be no obligation on the general fund to add these positions and make these changes within the scope of the Human Services Agency.
All right, thank you.
That should make me feel really good, but it doesn't always. because I still believe that we are charged with being custodians of public funds, and it doesn't really matter whether it comes out of our general fund or not. So my view is I don't question any of the needs or anything like that. Again, with my colleagues' concurrence, you can bring it back. Obviously, we said at the outset we're not going to make any decisions. It seems like you've got some good justification and you've got funding to support it. But I just don't want us to get in the mindset that, hey, it's somebody else's money, because it isn't. It came out of my pocket and it came out of your pocket. On the other hand, these are jobs in Tuolumne County, so I'm not going to argue with that either. Any other comments from the board? Okay, thank you very much. Next.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board.
One question. How many more people do we have? How many more department heads? Anybody? The sheriff. You get out of here, Sheriff. Okay, go ahead.
So, Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder. I'll make it short and sweet. I would like to go ahead and convert our cadastral tech 2 to a senior cadastral tech. He is currently performing all the job duties as a senior. He maintains all of our assessor map books, does the combos and splits, and even assists in complex change in ownership determinations. And he's a great asset to our department, and I'd hate to lose him. And I think the total cost is just under $5,000.
Okay. Again, bring it back. And it's obviously not one of our high priorities, but if it fits, it fits.
This is just a reminder.
Understand. Okay. Did anybody have any questions of Kanan before? I didn't mean to preempt. Maybe I did mean to, but anyway. Okay. Any? You two out. Come on up. I'm going to give you a heads up. If it's not a priority, it's going to have a hard row to hoe. Go ahead.
I think this is a priority. This is the math person in me and the conservative person in me. I really think that we have to Debbie Batista, I'm the county clerk and auditor controller. We need to remember the $122,000 for the Visitors Bureau, that mathematically the budget doesn't have that money in there. And so you actually have a hole, and before you start spending all your ongoing money, you need to address that. We certainly can take it out of contingencies in September, but the math person in me wants to remind you $122,000 is not peanuts. And unless they decide to change the calculation, we're going to owe that money. Thank you.
Got it. Yes, Sheriff.
This is a priority. All I'm going to say is that we need to remember our employees. That was one of your, we're coming up here, we're asking a lot of things. We need to remember our employees. And so I'm just here waving that flag for our employees. I know that's one of your priorities. So
thank you for reminding us of something that we're constantly reminded of.
I know. So I just want to make sure that we do remember them.
I do want to put all this discussion in context. And it's been said before, but we do have a commitment to our employees to try and make some progress. It's going to take a number of years, but to make some progress in the near term on getting back to some kind of an income parity with the results of the wage and comp study. And we do have a jail to build, okay? The last time I was down on the first floor, and you live down there, have you heard the printing press running lately, printing out the money? We don't have one, okay? So the decisions we're going to make are going to be very, very tough. And so with that said, do you have the guidance you need?
Very helpful. That'll expedite our discussion on the 6th.
Okay. Public comment? Okay. Last alibis from the board? Anything? Okay. Clerk, would you really quick? We're going to dispense with the reports, but I do have one specific chairman's report, and that is that I have made a committee assignment change. Supervisor Brennan is no longer on the Housing Policy Committee. I am replacing her on that, and that is as a balancing act for some of the ad hoc committee assignments that I've made for her. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting.